What is that fake lip thing? Hello everybody. Welcome to Gammon Doodle. It is Thursday the 18th, I think. It is time for another Gammon Doodle, and we're going back to night times because I'm back in the classroom starting next week. In fact, I had meetings today that I had to go to, and so that's why we're jumping to nighttime already. And so tonight we're going to have on a wonderful guest. Let me get all my stuff set up here. There we go. I got my live feed up. I see our guest has joined to watch, and I'm going to put in a little Ask Us Anything here, and then we are going to be doing a lovely session here. Ask Us. I don't know why this is so hard for me to spell every single time. There we go. Ask Us Anything, and I'm going to pin that. And so our special guest tonight, let me grab the books here, was supposed to be on, I'm going to guess maybe a month or two prior, and we had a conflict that arose that prevented us, dusting off my shirt, from having a lovely conversation then. And so tonight we get to do it now. And so our guest tonight is the one, the only, and I'll start with this one because this is the one that sort of drew our attention to this artist. The one, the only, where is it? There it is. Took me a while, and I think it's backwards too. Dena Seiferling, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right. But did books like King Mouse, worked on books like Bear Wants to Sing, Night Lunch here, and then their own written one, The Language of Flowers. And these are amazing and gorgeous drawings, and we'll get into all the talk about sort of all the beauty that's involved in all these books and the practice and fun stuff. But I do want to sort of talk a little bit about how adorable this mouse is. And I'll let Dena in one and say, I know I'm just going off. But I do not understand Dena's ability to draw with graphite, etc. So I'm going to let Dena in, and we will have this lovely conversation. So give me 1 second. And I have to do a little search here. Let's see, and it should pop up. There we go. Let's see if this works. So give it a second, everybody. There we go. Hello.
Hello.
Hello from afar. Hello in the cold tundra of Canada, right?
Yes, it is very cold here. It is very cold. What's
Yeah.
it like in your neck of the woods?
It's cold, but not like that big cold front that's hitting the middle of America. And then I know Canada right now is in the midst of all of that. I feel like all of Canada is. There's no escaping it. But thank you for joining me tonight.
Thanks for inviting me. I'm really sorry that I couldn't make it the last time.
I don't even remember what it was. I know that there was some conflict of some sort, and I'm not gonna. I don't remember if it was you or if it was me. I really don't remember.
I had a migraine.
Oh, is that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you good tonight?
Yeah, I feel great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Hopefully, I won't scream and yell the whole time and give you a migraine in the process.
You can scream and yell.
So,
yeah.
Uh-oh. We got a signal. Okay.
It was a little bit
good.
patchy for me too.
The signal here?
Yeah. It was cutting out, and but I think it's okay now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still I'm getting the wheel going periodically. So hopefully this will clear itself up. If it doesn't, for some reason, every once in a while we have a bad signal. What I normally do is I just reboot the system, like actually shut down the phone, restart it, and then hop back in. And generally that clears it up. But we will cross our fingers.
Okay.
That this stays, Well, I'm watching the feed here, and it's going blurry, and then it's coming back, and it's going all over the place. Hopefully, it will connect 100%. But it looks like it's good now. Wait, no, you stalled again. Is it my feed? I'm trying to figure this out. Why don't we do this? Do me one favor real quick. I'm going to stay on. Why don't you hop off for a second and hop back in, and let's see, because it seems to be, I'm watching the feed right now, and mine seems to be consistent, and I have a feeling it's a connection on your side.
I will be back. Just a sec.
Okay, I will invite you back in just a second.
Okay.
All right, so bear with us, folks. This does happen. I see there's someone named Mick Blurred, which is funny based on what's going on here. So I'm going to see if I can invite Dena back in and see if this gives us a little bit better connection. So I'm sending the invite, and we will see. Sometimes it's just a matter of the connection. Sometimes it's the weather. Sometimes it's all sorts of things, and we'll hope that this does it. In the meantime, I will ramble for a few minutes here. Let's see, what can I ramble about? For those that are watching, I need suggestions. Am I doing some groundhog piece because of Groundhog's Day, or am I doing something else? That's what I need to know. I was thinking either dinosaurs or groundhogs or bees. Those are my choices, and you can help me decide. So throw that in the comments. Let me see if I can try this one more time. I'm going to see about sending this invite. So Dena, if you are on, I'm just watching here real quick. Let me see if I can send this invite again. Let's see if we can get this to work. Dena may have restarted their phone completely, so it may take a second here. In the meantime, as I watch here, people are going to be, let's see, Nisha Krishnan illustration says, ooh, dinosaurs sound fun. Okay, I can do dinosaurs. I'm trying to think if there's a way to, because Valentine's Day is coming up. We got Groundhog's Day. Trying to think what else is coming up. We got a portfolio day, or not a portfolio, Kidlit art postcard day coming up that I need to do something for. But right now, dinosaurs winning. If other people want to see groundhogs, you gotta throw it in there. I don't know what I'm doing with either of them, but you gotta throw it in there. So I'm gonna try canceling this again one more time and see if I can send this invite. I'm just watching to make sure it does. Is Dena back in yet? Okay, I could ask Dena. Yes, Mrs. Hoffy. Yes, I can do that, and see what Dena wants to do. I guess it's groundhog is probably what it's gonna be. Primarily because fur. I feel like Dena likes to draw fur. Let me see if I send this again here. It's all quiet now. How is everybody tonight? Everybody doing okay? I had to sit in meetings today, not for super long, but meetings, and it was I was very tired, and so my day has been long. All right, I'm watching the feed. No one's jumping in with any other suggestions so far. It's just dinosaurs. Can't get in. Okay, let me try re-inviting here, Dena. Let me see. Oh, now it comes up. Okay, there we go. I cancel that, and I'll try re-inviting you, Dena. I'm watching. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's clearer now.
Okay.
Much clearer. Okay.
I don't know what was happening.
It just every once in a while, like when I do this, it can be literally just like someone's connection is just a little bit funky or something like that, or it doesn't link up 100%, and then all of a sudden it's off for the night. But if it happens again, we'll manage it. But thank you for joining me. This is wonderful. We have a plethora of your books in our house, and we have been fans. And I say we, I assume you've had a chance to watch a couple of these, but my wife is just as much a part of these as I am. She's just behind the scenes.
Oh.
Yeah. She's watching upstairs.
Hoppy.
Yeah, Mrs. Hoppy, or Mr. Shoppy, as some people call her. But we've been fans of yours for some time, and I have been like there was a assignment in my children's book class where I gave out a bunch of information and someone said, "Hey, can you give us examples of beautiful books?" And I was like, "What do you mean by beautiful books?" Because, you know, I have a plethora, a whole bunch of them here in a bookcase in the background. And they said, books that are just beautiful. And so I went through and there was like 3 or 4 that I brought in. But the first one that popped into my mind was King Mouse. And I brought it in. I was like, okay, I don't know if this is what you're talking about. And I opened it up and the student was like eyes aglow going, yes, that's what I meant. Beautiful
Wow.
books. And so like, it is just, it's gorgeous renderings and drawings. And I also I was going back through them today just to make sure that I like knew what I was talking about. And your mice, that I love these spindly legs that you put on your mice. They're so good. And like so all of the odds and ends just totaled up to being like, I don't know what I'm gonna draw, but I know in no way it's gonna live up to the beauty of the work you make. My stuff is so dumb by comparison.
No. But thank you. I appreciate that. That's very nice to hear.
Yeah. And we had on who was it that we had on? I think it was the session before your when we were supposed to have you on before. It was someone that was a student of yours back in the day.
Kim.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, because I watched yours and Kim's. And yes, that is true. Kim was a student, which is really bizarre because I don't know where the time goes, and it's just that's nuts. But anyways, she's amazing. She's very like her work is very impressive. Like so is all of you all. Like all of I feel pretty lucky to be on here amongst such talented people.
You deserve it. So let's do this. Why don't for those that don't know you, which again I say this every time, I have all these people on, and everybody should know all of these artists because you're all amazing. But can you give people a little rundown of who you are and what you do? Obviously, you do kids books, but what else?
That's correct. Well, so I'm an illustrator, and I work on kids' books. That's something I've been doing mostly focusing on that for the last 5 or so years, or maybe a little more now. I went to King Mouse. King Mouse was 2019, I think it was published. And that was my first, or actually Alison Gert was my very first book, and that was, anyways, either way, 2019-ish was when I started illustrating children's books. I also work with, I do needle felting, so you talk about the spindly legs, and that's where it kind of comes from mostly, I think.
Your needle felting is like a one-to-one relationship to your drawings too. Like they fit so well.
Oh, do they? Well, that's good. I like that. I like that, hearing that. It kind of, I don't know what it is about me, but I get kind of like frustrated when they're not when they don't feel consistent, because I feel like, I guess I just want everything to like look a certain way. And so I guess I do try to they emulate each other. But I started to, like, when I talked about this before, I started needle felting just a few years before I started illustrating children's books, and it just really changed everything for me. Like, it really changed the way that I approached my drawing and like how I drew things, and I think it kind of just like, that's when it all it kind of all just like came together for me. I feel like so anyway, so I just I like how the needle felting influenced the drawings and stuff that I do.
How long do the needle felting things take, out of
They're
curiosity?
they take a long time. Like it depends on what it is. Like I should get something to show you because otherwise you're just not you know, what are you imagining? I guess it's better to have an example. So like this is like one of my little needle felted characters. It's like a little possum that I made. And how long they like, I don't know, this I made this very, very long ago, so I'm not sure how long it took, but like they can take like up to like 50 hours.
Oh, okay.
I know, right?
That
doesn't sound fun, does it?
No,
like 50 hours.
It sounds to me like it's like one of those, like, and I don't mean this in a negative light, but one of those things where it can be mindless in the sense of like you can watch TV and make that at the same time, because it's got that repetitious sort of punching over. No, the reason why I asked in particular was just like, would there ever be a book that was needle felted, the whole scenes and everything?
Yeah, like, well, there are books that are like there's a few illustrators that do in their own styles, like use medium, like that medium, but like I've tried, like, I don't know, I've like thought of doing that or trying to, and so far for me it's like I really like the characters themselves, and then but then coming up with the environment, it's always like I felt like in order for it to be cohesive with like these it would have to be done the same. Like, I don't know, I feel like it would have to be done the same way, so everything kind of blends together, and like
needle felt trees and
it would probably take my entire life. I would finish it when I'm 90. But anyway, but yeah, like there's lots of wonderful illustrators that use felting. Or wool.
So tonight you're going to be drawing with digital, is that right?
Yeah. So I'm working on the book that I'm working on right now is for so Kate Hoffler wrote it, and it's being published by Holiday House, and I'll just give you the rundown because I think it'll be published spring 2025 is the plan, is the release date. Okay. But so I'm working on the artwork right now, and I'm trying to I'm getting about like, I don't know, I'm in the thick of it, and so I'm really focused on that right now. And yeah, it's digital, and I worked, so Night Lunch was digital, King Mouse, Alison Gert, Bear Wants to Sing, those ones were all drawn with graphite. So Night Lunch, that one was the first time that I worked with digital drawing.
Which is funny. I looked and I saw that it said digital, and I was like, I didn't believe it at first, because it does it. Yeah,
I tried to get brushes that were close to what I use. I did notice people's responses to it was different than the pencil. If you want to talk about technical stuff, yeah, like because you read the reviews and stuff, and like, so like my graphite work would get certain remarks, and then the Night Lunch, it was described more like scratchboardy versus like soft pencil drawing. So I thought that was interesting, because I mean for Night Lunch I used a very similar process as I do with drawing. Like, I drew it as much the same way as I draw on paper, and I did that on purpose, and I tried to so I drew these drawings like completely grayscale first, and then I layered them in like with colored layers and stuff, and that's how I colored it. But with this book, it's called The Couch in the Yard.
Okay.
With this book, I took a different approach. I'm drawing in color versus starting monochromatic, so it's different.
Okay, I'm excited to see, depending on how much you can show tonight, when you're working, but I'm excited to see the process. So I know that Kate Heffler is actually just commented with a bunch of
Hi, Kate.
hearts.
And see Kate. Yeah.
And, gets to see the book even before it's finished while it's being worked on. I'm sure that's
I
exciting.
didn't, yeah, and I didn't ask how much I could show. I could show like I have. Well, I think that maybe I shouldn't show. I'm not sure if I should show more than the one I'm working on.
Yeah. No, normally, from what I remember, like the most that I've ever heard of restrictions is basically you can show like 10%, which is basically like a spread before.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's sort of
yeah.
standard that I've stuck to
Yeah.
for the most part.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. So this, yeah, so this is, I'm working on a single page
Perfect
illustration. So
that's like 5% then.
it's not done. It's not, yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
it's not done. And so it's
Okay.
like, I mean, well, obviously it's not done, but it's like, at the stage where it's not quite looking like the way I want yet. So it's, you have to, it'd be nice to show, maybe I can show like a snippet of like one that's finished just to see like what before and after looks like. And I'm hoping to get a lot, like I'm hoping to show like it come together as I work, but I'll have some, I'm sure I can do something. Yeah.
So real quick, so we know what you're working on and we know that you're going digital. What is it, Photoshop or is it Procreate or is it
Photoshop? But I do like flip back and forth to Procreate too.
Okay.
Yeah. I do. I go back and forth.
I need your help deciding what I'm working on tonight. Then I'm going to give you, and I asked the audience, and there was a couple of discussion points. I am either, because Groundhog Day, which I believe is also a Canadian holiday, or not a
that's coming up really soon.
Yeah, like March 2nd or something like that. It's coming up in another month plus. So either Groundhog's Day, something or other, or dinosaurs of some sort, or bees. I don't know what I don't know. I mean, obviously Groundhog's Day is a Groundhog's Day piece, but the other two, I don't know what that entails. I'm just in the mood to draw dinosaurs and bees.
So are you coming up with the whole idea on the spot?
Yeah.
Okay. So this isn't like, okay. You should do Groundhog's Day. I think that sounds like a really interesting subject matter.
We'll do Groundhog's Day.
Just can I, my dog is asking to go outside. Yeah. So I have to go outside for a second.
Go for it. I will talk to people while dog gets taken care of.
Okay.
So okay, we're gonna go Groundhog's Day. I need to sketch, but for those, I don't know if people are watching who don't know what Groundhog's Day is yet. Oh, February 2nd? Is it February 2nd? I thought I said March 2nd, but February 2nd is just around the corner then. So for those that don't know, and there may be people from around the world that are watching, and so Groundhog's Day is a day wherein, it doesn't make any sense to be honest, where a groundhog is taken out of slumber, and then if it sees its shadow, we have another 6 weeks of winter. If it doesn't, then winter's going to end early. And all I know is it has something to do with, like, if it's cloudy, then it doesn't see its shadow. But it's such a weird, and like there's a whole menagerie.
And which groundhog are we talking about here?
Well, that's the question. Like,
is there's
or there's a couple of them. We have one that was one in Massachusetts here. That's my wife will know because she worked with it, and it was Miss something. I can't remember what it was. But they all have different, like depending on where you're from, it's a different groundhog, and but the whole process of like ripping a groundhog from its slumber, from its hibernation to look at a shadow is silly.
It's kind of mean.
Yeah.
It's mean.
Yeah. It's not a, like, I was reading up on it a little bit before this, and it said that if a groundhog wakes up too early, it means it didn't eat enough and it can't hibernate.
Oh no.
I know. But I think they actively, like, it's not a hibernating one. It's probably like in a cage somewhere they take out and they show to the country and they go, look at this famous groundhog. And my wife worked with him for a while, and I found out that in certain parts of the country they call them whistle pigs, which I think is so much better than a groundhog. They call it a whistle pig.
Is it because of the sound it makes?
I assume so. I just think it's a better name, just in general.
Whistle pig?
Yeah, whistle pig. See, it's more fun to say.
Yeah.
So why don't we do this? Let's switch our cameras and get our angles all set up, and then we can just draw and chat and talk. And rule of thumb is if you need to leave at any point, there's no problem. You just holler and say, I gotta go. It's really an honor to have you on for any time that I can have you on.
How long is the average, like what kind of general
really depends on the person. I've had everything from people who have been on for like a half an hour all the way up to, I generally run 4 hours myself, and I've had people stay that entire length. So it's up to you, whatever makes sense to you in your process. So if you get tired, what are you? I forget where in Canada you are. I know you're in Canada, but
I'm 2 hours ahead of you, so, or like before you. So
okay.
So it's earlier.
It's earlier, but do you normally, are you a early to early to sleep person?
No, I'm a night owl.
Nice.
So I can stay up late usually. But I have been trying to go to bed earlier and get up earlier, which I do really like getting up early. I have to say. It is like, I'm starting to feel like I'm like shifting a bit, because I used to think I was more like, I thought my brain worked better at night before, and I'm just having to do a little bit of setup here. But yeah, I used to think I was more creative at night, but now I'm feeling like there's I don't know, I just feel like I have more energy in the morning and because of that I get more done, I get more accomplished.
I've heard that sentiment from quite a few folks that, like, as you know, when you're in your like young college age, you can stay up late and it doesn't affect you. And now as we age slowly, our bedtime gets moved back and our wake up time gets earlier. I have the problem of my schedule is so off that I probably would be very effective during the early morning if I got enough sleep late at night. But that doesn't happen. So what was I saying? The morning time, is it something that you're actively pursuing trying to get up at that time, or is that something that just if you're feeling good that day, that's the time to do it?
I've been trying to actively get up early, because why? Let me think. Oh, I've been reading a lot about how it's better for you, and I've been reading about circadian rhythms. And when I had a little like change of scenery over the summer, I was lucky enough to do a fellowship at in
Uh-oh. What happened to the sound? We gotta, Dena, if you can hear me, we had a shot of your ceiling for a while. Now the sound has dropped. I don't know if there's the mic drop there of some sort. Oh, accidentally left. Okay. It's on a delay. Let me see if I can invite you back in. Let me see. Let me hold on. Can I? For some reason, it says you're still in. It's still trying. Hold on. How can I? There's got to be a way as host that I can get rid of someone and then bring them back in. Who's an expert in this? Because it won't let me invite you back in if you're already in. Okay, let me see. Accept. Let's see if this works. This is the fun technical. This is why I'm not in IT. It's like on Zoom or those things where someone leaves because their screen is screwed up, and then they come back in and there's two of them there. It's not registering that you've left. Let me figure out if there's a way to get this to work. I'm trying to paint at the same time. Okay, let me try accepting again. So I'm trying to accept. I'm hitting accept. Weird. Okay, folks, here's what I'm going to do. Because, Dena, if you can hear this, I assume you can hear this because you're trying to get in. It will, oh wait, now it's saying view request. Go live. Go. Hey, there we go.
Okay. Back. Okay. I'm really sorry about that. I'm not sure how that.
Okay, no.
I was fiddling with my phone.
I'm glad that it worked out. I was trying to figure out how to like almost log you out and log you in from this side, but it wasn't letting me do anything. But you're back in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm trying to remember what you last said.
I don't remember either.
I think you were talking about being at school or something. We were talking about time and late nights and early mornings.
Yes. Okay. Oh yeah. So I was given the opportunity to just basically like work on what like and like so it was a fellowship program that allowed us to focus on our work and it was somewhere else other than my home, so I was able to just go fall into a routine, like a schedule that felt like not forced. You know how because I should explain more about my life a bit, maybe. Like I've got two kids and I have to get them up for school, and that's really early, and then like they're done at school at 2:30, and then it's I'm working, but it's just like I don't really get to slow down until actually quite late now, it feels like, and so I end up working late, and it's like it's like a cycle of that, and so I was able to just like have just it be my time, and I was getting up really without an alarm clock at 6 a.m. just naturally.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was.
How old are the little ones?
10 and 11.
10 and 11. Okay. That's about. I have a 10-year-old. The reason why I ask is just like the time frame in which you get up when they're really little. It's you have to be up, and then eventually it starts to shift a little bit, but we're in that same ballpark where it's like there's some independence, but it's not quite there 100%, and so you still have to get up, and getting them out to school and whatnot is a job in itself. So
yeah, it is.
Contextualizing it.
Yeah, like they are still very much needing me to just help. Like I don't know. It's always it's so early. Like I have to get them to school by 7:45.
Oof.
So
that's earlier than we got here.
What time does it start there?
Well, we're still in elementary school with our kid. He's 10 right now, and they have to be there our school starts at 9, and so
that's a little bit more reasonable.
Yeah, and then they're out later than. That's why I was wondering about the age. Like that at first, I thought you were going to say like high school students, but I guess it just depends on the region of the country and sort of the education system, what they decide of some sort.
And I think it's for busing, like because a lot of people have to are on the bus, and so they have to like get everybody, and that makes sense. But it's just it's very early for someone who doesn't usually. Well, it's just it's early, but I don't know, like they're definitely like in that. Well, 10 years old, they're kind of in that stage where they're in the middle of like a major change of being more independent and wanting to do their own thing, but then they also still need to like just, I don't know, like they don't want to get up that early either.
Yeah, you have to tell them to tie their shoes.
Yeah.
And
get mitts. This morning, my 10-year-old. Oh, I should have told them that. I didn't even think to tell them that I was. Maybe they could have been on here and said hi. I don't know if they would have. Well, they're not on Instagram, so it doesn't matter. But they like he didn't want to put on his mitts this morning. He didn't want mitts. It's like -20, and I'm like, come on, like, just get some mitts. Like I don't. And so it was an argument about mitts, and anyway, it's just there's always like things that take time. That's for sure.
Well, it also, like you mentioned, the idea of like it shifts, and that, you know, there's some people might go like, I tuned into this and we're talking about kidlit, and then all of a sudden we're talking about kids, but it really does, like, thinking about productivity and about when you have time to work and when you have time to sit down and be reflective and not be, you know, tending to other things, really changes when you have other responsibilities outside of yourself. And so, like, you know, the same with me, like the time where I can really get down in the studio and work for myself is not the middle of the day. That's the time where everything else has to happen for lots of people.
It happens everything's happening all at once. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, like, being able to sit down and actually say, like, okay, now's my time to work, tends to be late at night when school is especially operational. That's the time that I can do it. And because I don't want to shortchange family, and I don't want to shortchange anybody else by saying, I'm going in my studio, see you later, suckers.
No, it doesn't feel good to do that. Yeah. So what was I just gonna ask you? I forgot what I lost my thought. I don't remember what I was gonna ask you.
No,
you have a 10-year-old, and so like how late do you stay up working?
It really depends on when I have projects and whatnot. Like, I'm about to start back into a book project, and the early sketching stage doesn't take that long for me. Like, that I can do during the day because I can sit on my iPad and sketch. But when it comes to the actual painting, those nights sometimes will reach into, you know, 2, 3 in the morning.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And it's not that I want it to go that late, but it's also, there's times where it's just like you're in the zone, and I'm the type of person who in general doesn't want to start a project if I'm not going to finish it. And so,
it's,
you know, like,
so hard. That's
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, it's like that's the hardest part, is like the fragmenting of time. Like when you feel like you just want to focus, just like get it and just like stay in the zone, and then like there's so many things that pull you out of it, and it's hard. That I feel like that's the hardest part.
Yeah, it's also, and I don't know if you have the same thing. It may not be in the same capacity, but when I'm painting or I'm making something where like the viscosity of the paint or the medium has to be sort of fluid and moving, and if you let it dry completely, all of a sudden you have a hard time maintaining an edge or whatnot. It's even harder to sit there and say, like, or justify, I'm gonna go step away for a half an hour, because by the time I get back, all my paints are dry and the piece is different, or it's hard to match things the way that I once did. And so that tends to be like, even tonight, I'm going to go for 4 hours or however long it takes me to make the piece, whatever it's going to be. And purely just because I don't want to have to come back to it later and try to make it work at that point. So, I mean, I don't know if that holds true for everybody, that's the way that they operate. But to me, that's like, you know, it's partially like OCD. It's partially just, I don't know when else I'm going to be able to get back to certain things too. I mean, you teach still, or are you?
I do. Okay. I was teaching today, and I teach tomorrow too. Yep. And I think that's a huge thing that I've really had to like adjust to, is that exactly what you just said. Like I have to, but in a way, I feel like it's been, or at least I'm telling myself this, I feel like it's been kind of like a good thing for me to like learn how to like let go a little and not be like, ooh, like all the time about like, I can't, if I don't get back to it, it's gonna, it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I kind of feel like, yeah, that's valid. And I would prefer to just be able to just sit there and do it and like, and not have all, and especially with paint, that totally makes sense. I, I, I mean, that makes so much sense. Um, but anyway, I feel like I've had to just be like, okay, it's gonna be fine. I'll get back to it when I,
yeah.
when I can, or when it makes sense, and all that. And then, so,
I just
but
feel
yeah,
I
that's
feel
hard.
like during the school year it gets harder just because you have you're like, I'm going to paint one night, and then the next day, all of a sudden, there's someone contacting you saying, hey, can we have a meeting? I need to go over this thing. And all of a sudden, your day gets thrown off for, when you were planning on being in studio. And uh, it becomes a responsibility factor of like, who's going to get the time and how are you going to devote
Yeah.
your time to any given project. And I think, it speaks to maybe I feel like we're getting into like some deep like therapy here, but it gets to the point where in like you have to sort of multitask at all times as an
Yeah.
illustrator, and even if it's not in a teaching capacity, even if it's not in a the capacity that we're talking about, there's always like five things on your plate that are always going to be challenging your consistency in studio or what have you. And so like me having these sessions, I have been very, very lucky to have these Thursday nights to really sit down and say like, okay, I'm going to do this every Thursday, minus a couple per year. It really is good to have that like consistency that I
Oh,
just don't
for
get with
sure.
other things.
Yeah.
What
Do you think that it's really
oh, go ahead.
saved you like lots of times, like to have this as like a responsibility that you enjoy, but that it keeps you kind of committed to like doing work for yourself still, and like,
Yeah,
I don't know,
yes,
because you're
like,
doing work for just for fun and
yeah, this is never is this projects that are um, paying customers. Like this isn't client work. This is always me just goofing around.
yeah.
Um, and so to me, it's finding time to devote to just my work
Yeah.
could be very difficult unless I had this.
Mm-hmm.
And this has been super rewarding for me just in general. And then also to have other people on and just have conversations, and sometimes rambling conversations that go nowhere, and sometimes really deep, thoughtful, and introspective sort of conversations, is nice because I can like play and chat, and
Hmm. Yeah, it's the
get to
best.
know people. So that's why I say like I'm so honored to have people like you on to sit down and like I don't know when I would ever meet you in person, to be honest. Um,
Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah.
would love to come up to Canada if you ever want me coming up there. I'll come up there, but uh, not during the winter. Not during the winter. But
See
just
what the groundhog says.
yeah, yeah, seriously. Uh, but it's one of those things where it's just like it has opened doors. It has created community where I potentially wouldn't have any.
Yeah.
And so just for that sake alone, it's nice having this.
Yeah.
Um, and so I was going to ask you, what is your like studio practice time frame like? Are you, I mean, obviously you have teaching that's in the middle of it, but are you finding a consistency to the time that you can sit down and work?
Well, like, okay, so I'm I'm like, I feel like for me, I don't even know, like the last couple years or longer, I feel like I I think it's just been like maybe the last year it's been feeling a little bit more like I can't seem to work fast enough. Like I can't work fast enough. And so for me, I'm feeling like I'm always just sort of grabbing every chance I get to work. And it hasn't, I think like I love this, like what I'm doing right now. I would like, I honestly would not want to do anything else right now. Like I really am like just loving doing these drawings. So
Yeah.
I'm lucky that I have this, but, like, yeah, I haven't like been doing a ton of like personal work.
Yep.
And so, and then in terms of like timing, like routine, I basically just like work whenever I can. I can't even
Yeah.
like process that question in my head because
Yeah.
I just like, I think like I'm always trying to make a routine around like walking my dog, like trying to get outside a bit, walking my dog, and then like obviously my kids, like I need to have a good routine. Um, and I really feel it when I don't with them. Like I really feel like if I don't have a routine and consistency with them, like it's just it, they need that. And so so I like prioritize, I guess, like trying to have that routine where where I need it in those areas. And then my work, I just like work whenever I can right now. Like,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
that's kind of how it feels anyways. I don't know.
I feel like as I get older and my kid gets older, I'm going to get to a point where I can actually have that like 9 to 5
I
job in
can't
the studio.
wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Sounds
at that point, there's going to
heaven.
be all sorts of other problems we're going to have to deal with where it's, well, my son's coming home with some, some tough hooligan that's a bad influence, and now I have to keep an eye on him. And there's going to be like some other problem that I'm just not cognizant of at this point.
Oh yeah, for sure. Those things like take so much time. Like the other day, my 11-year-old, who's almost 12, he's gonna be 12 right away. He wanted me to like download him a subscription for the PlayStation for Fortnite or something. And I was like, oh my God, it took so long. And all these like it was just like, but I have like I want to do it, even though I like anyway, those things they take up a
Yes.
lot of and you need to do it because you need to like know what they're doing and be part of
Yeah.
it and help them. And I don't know.
Check
So
those parental controls. That's what.
oh
That's my
yes.
son signed up for something, and it was the same thing where it was I think it was Among Us or something like that, and it had like 15 different email connections. You have to prove this, you have to put in your age and all this info just so he
Yeah.
wouldn't get on bad servers or whatever it was.
Well, yeah, which is great, but it's like, yeah,
Yeah,
it's time consuming.
taxing. So
Yeah.
tell me a little bit. Let's go back because we kind of jumped into like these like parenting. Uh, but tell me a little bit about sort of history and sort of how you got to where you are, because it's funny because you said 2019, so 5 years, and obviously you've been making art prior to that,
Yeah.
but that's what you're
Well,
sort of
so
chalking up to the start of Kidlit.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I mean, that's what I always wanted to do. So, okay, well, I'll go back to, I went to art college and that's where I teach
Okay.
right now. So,
This is Alberta.
yep.
Is that right?
So
Okay.
it's the Alberta University of the Arts, and then it was previously ACAD,
Yep.
Alberta College of Art and Design. And so I moved here to go to school from the next province over. I moved here. And then when I graduated, I worked kind of like in graphic design, also like I worked at a record store in the very beginning, and then I like worked at a bookstore, and I worked at a graphic design company, and then I freelanced graphic design, but the whole time I was always illustrating too. So I was always like working on my illustration, but I
Yeah.
changed the other things would change just to pay the bills and to like, because at that point, and it's hard. I mean, it's hard to make a living as as a self-employed illustrator. I
Yep.
mean, it's like it anyway. So I was like I painted. So I worked with acrylics, and I painted everything, and I don't know, like worked on like advertising, theater companies, like just like a lot of local illustration work, like some editorial work, and uh, and then and then that's what I was doing, and then I started to teach too and focus more on illustration. I think like thank God for that I was able to do that with teaching, allowing me to like because I really like teaching and I was getting to teach like drawing. Like I got to
Yeah.
teach drawing. I mean it's like it's it was I felt like, oh, now I get to finally focus on my like what I love the most, which is drawing and making art like that. And I feel like I made too many mistakes all the time for graphic design work. It's always like making mistakes.
Yeah.
It's always like screwing up like typos, and I don't know. It's like really detail oriented. I felt like it was very detail oriented work in a way that was really stressful for me. But I mean, I think that there's like that's always a stress for me is like trying to not screw everything up. So
are you, speaking of that, are your syllabi and things of the sort really on point? Or like I'm the same way where like design wise I can get by, but spell checking,
oh,
I'm not good at doing that. And then I hand out syllabi and assignments and things of the sort, and it's maybe nicely designed, but it has all sorts of
well,
errors.
maybe
Like,
my students might be in the chat. They could tell you about my typos today. There was like there was one glaring one that I said I would fix, and I will. But I'm the same because
up
I would
until
like. Oh, sorry.
I was going to
Yeah.
say, up until last year, I had an assignment or a syllabus that said something along the lines of, at the end of the semester, you need to hand in a USB flash drive or a CD-ROM. And I just kept forgetting to get rid of it and change it out.
I think that's funny. You should totally leave that in.
Just you gotta hand in a zip drive, and
What's a zip drive?
mhm.
Oh, zip drives. Those like that is like college days for me, like
Yes.
having to deal with zip drives and having those things not work and like corrupt on you and like oh yeah, actually that's a nice thing
I brought up,
to
yeah,
remember.
trauma.
Trauma.
This is a
And it makes you like thankful that we have because I'm like complaining about technology, but it's like, wow, that's actually something I'm very, very, very grateful to not be dealing
yeah.
with. And like, just like airdropping things now.
Yep.
You've heard of airdropping things.
It's
It's the
airdrop,
latest
screen
thing.
share, and
Yeah.
everything that makes it somewhat easier, but also more difficult at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Um, yeah. Yes, those things, well, and I mean, like I think that makes sense. Like, I feel like I put a lot of like mental energy into the things that I think are the most important, and then grammar is, I think it's important, but I would rather spend a little bit more time making sure that that I thought the project that I was putting together or like working
Yeah.
on is like going to be, helpful and stuff, and like anyway, it's just yes. It doesn't come naturally to me, that kind of stuff.
Now, was the graphic design stuff fun when you were doing it, or was it more of just it was a job at the time, and you really wanted to be doing something else?
I always really wanted to be illustrating.
Yeah. Okay.
Always, but I did like I like typography. I liked doing like graphics for like logos, and
Yeah.
I liked like working on logos, where you get to like simplify and combine and like be a bit try and be a bit conceptual with it and stuff. I like doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But like big like annual reports and things like that. Yeah.
Having to do paragraph styles. That's not your.
Oh man, and I need to be doing that majorly more, way more.
There's I was complaining to a graphic designer how I haven't used paragraph styles or style sets and things of the sort, but it does make your life easier if you're a designer. But it's just, again, it sounds like we're very much in the same boat. Like, I love doing logo design and I love doing that kind of stuff, but typesetting a book does not sound exciting to me. Or like you said, annual reports, or that like almost like business graphic design is not my area of interest of any sort.
Yeah, or like or production work, which I mean, like I did like, so I felt like production, like doing like working on an annual report or something, or like doing production like that. If I wasn't always so worried about making mistakes, I thought like it was nice, like it was nice work that felt like work that you could do while you're listening to a podcast or watching, like it felt like you could just get in the zone and just do it. And it was like, but yeah, I know I always would want to be drawing instead and like doing, and that's what I would always be thinking about. But and then like I just, either way. Did you do graphic design work too?
A little bit. I got my master's in visual design.
Okay.
And I used to teach graphic design stuff, and I worked for a couple of companies and whatnot back in the day, but it was more so, again, like I should have been trying to be an illustrator from the get-go, but I somehow thought that like if I was a graphic designer, I would be considered smart or something of the sort, and I was almost discrediting illustration as a potential
a serious career.
Yeah, and you know, in some sense, here I am like drawing potty humor and things of the sort, but I think it's also that like that horrible stereotype of like there's only a couple types of art that you can make money in, and I used to think that if I were a graphic designer, I would be wealthy and, you know, rich beyond belief, which
that was a big draw,
which I think it's a draw for a lot of people. They go, oh well, there's money in that versus other types of art, and I think I've come to realize that it was sort of a false narrative that I was telling myself, but I also think that learning design work and learning how to manage design projects and design thinking is actually extremely helpful for illustration.
Mm-hmm.
But it is
for sure it is.
Yeah, like I've talked to people on here, and I don't know if it's the same for you, but like every project I do, I wish I could be involved in choosing the typeface. And I lay out all the type in the galleys. If they don't give them to me, I lay out the type in the galleys first and then design around the type. So I know like how much page I have to work with and how much, you know, negative space there is around things. Whereas sometimes I've worked with students and I've seen other illustrators who that's like the last thing they're worried about because they just want to make a good image. But to me, it's all one big package.
That's totally true. It's got to work together. Yeah, but yeah, for sure. But then it's like, but the people like that should be focusing, like that do the graphic design, that's their specialty and that's what they're really good at.
Yep.
And I need to do the part that I'm good at and like, but an understanding of what they do, and like it's I think that's so helpful.
I mean, my
promotion
everybody is that it makes their job easier if you know what they have to go through.
Yeah.
So when you hand over files, you're not handing over something that's horribly problematic for them. Not that you are trying to get rid of their work for them of any sort, but just, you know, like if you're going to hand off files, that you make sure stuff's layered properly and that you send them a nice PDF that has all the stuff in it instead of a bunch of JPEGs. Whatever.
That's true.
Whatever's involved. It's simple things like that make everybody's life easier. And same thing on the writing side or on the editorial side of children's books is like, knowing how to lay out a nice manuscript so it's easy to read is just as important as, or
Yeah,
just as important, but is important in the long run. Just like the actual story is. That if it's illegible,
for sure.
that's a
That's a
problem.
good point. It's a really good point.
So I'm sorry, I cut you off on sort of the history, but you jumping to the kidlet, you knew that you wanted to do that from the beginning, right? That's what you said?
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
what was the draw? Like why did that spark
I
your
don't
interest?
know. I don't know. I've always just really liked kids' books, and like I just had like a lot of like the artwork that I've always loved my children. Like my childhood children's books have always just been like my I don't I don't like what drew me to it. I like there's just something about like the storytelling um and I suppose it was like the art like of like Beatrix Potter and um like illustrators that I had there and writers that I collected their books. I guess I just really liked the 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 mediums. Like always really liked watercolor and like mixed media and like um and and like animals and nature and like and I guess like it just sort of was always what I gravitated to.
Yeah.
And I I I, I when I was a kid I would imagine like getting to do that and like and getting to illustrate a book or um and
Did you
so
have
yeah.
lots of siblings?
I have a brother. He's a bit younger than me.
Okay. The reason I ask is just sort of like there's in talking to people on here, there's always this sort of like access question of, you know, when and how were you exposed to kids books? And, you know, like the equivalent of, I don't think I took kids books seriously until I had a kid. You know,
Oh, yeah. No, I was excited to have kids so that I could read the kids' books.
that's do they know that? Have you told them that that's the sole reason?
They love kids' books. Like they
Yeah.
were like cute little readers. Like I used to have like they still are into them. Like they still have them, but like they used to sit in my studio and just like read the books on my shelves and like
Yeah.
they still really enjoy picture books. Now they're more into comics and stuff, but like um oh man, yeah, that was the best. An excuse to like buy all the books, like all
Yeah.
the books that I admired and stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
So,
you said that you loved kids books from the beginning, and you said sort of that you had favorite ones when you were little. What were some of those? What were the star books? Was there one that you can go like that is the book of your dreams that you loved from the beginning? One that the cover is torn off and horribly ratty because you read it so many times?
yeah. Well, the like so I have like yeah, like I have like I still have like my full like set of Beatrix Potter books that and I have like my Peter Rabbit book that um it's beautifully aged Peter Rabbit book
The
and it's like
fine line of a book.
I yeah, I've like read it so many times and but it's yeah, I loved these ones. And then I really like Garth Williams. The Little Fur Family was actually see, and this is the thing. Like I got the Little Fur Family. I think when I was closer to like almost like I don't know 10 or I was older when I had it. I think I don't know. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I had it when I was younger. But I like I remember reading this book over and over. Like when I was in when I was a teenager. Like I would like be reading it like flipping through and stuff. Anyway, so That's Margaret Wise Brown,
Yep.
illustrated by Garth Williams. I really like his work, which probably isn't surprising. But this book is, it's so tiny, and his illustrations don't look as drawn or rendered as they do in some of his other books. Like they look more like, I don't know, they're just like more like watercolory or gouache. I don't know what he used actually for this. I think gouache or watercolor or something. I don't know if you can see it. I'm like flipping through it.
I can
And
see.
the original one of these, like I had my original book got eaten by my dog, and then my friend gifted me this, and it
You,
pretty
you don't think it has anything to do with fur covers, do you?
well. It might have, yeah, it might have a little something to do with
Dog might be a little confused on that one.
Yeah, a fur book. What a surprise! I just didn't think that I didn't think that it was reachable. I thought the kids would get at it first, but anyway, it happened. What else? Uh, like Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah.
I loved that story, and I really liked the like. I'm trying to think. Like I just like there's so much that.
Well, it sounds to me like you liked a lot of those sort of like classic,
Yeah.
almost like for your time picture books in a way. Like, the equivalent of like, and I don't know
The
your
golden
age.
age of illustration. The golden age of illustration um illustrators.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
For me, it's like, Richard Scarry and Eric Carle.
Oh, I loved Richard Scarry. I have Merle the High Flying Squirrel. That's one of my favorite ones.
Oh,
But it
my, there was,
that's not Richard Scarry. Richard Scarry's the alphabet ones. I'm thinking of Pete. Anyways,
oh,
sorry, so which were your favorites?
so, I like those, and obviously Eric Carle and stuff, but I don't remember a lot of the like books that I had. I have some still in my collection that were like, saved, but it's all the like classic, like, Hungry Little Caterpillar or the Very Hungry Caterpillar and all that kind of stuff. But I'm sure there was a lot more that was there, but I felt like maybe, and this is no slight on my parents of any sort, but they, I don't think they were as big into kidlit at the time as I would hope that they were now, if that makes any sense. Like,
Yeah, like appreciating it as a
yeah, and I think that they appreciate it. They just didn't have the knowledge that it would be so important in my life now, and so they
right.
just didn't save stuff, or they didn't know to, or they just didn't put that time into it as much as it sounds like maybe you had access. And so I think I came to it a little bit later. I also, I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but I was one of those people who never really held a baby until I was like in my 20s.
Mhm.
One of those people who, like, first chance to hold a baby, I went and said, like, I got to sit down first because I'm afraid I'm going to drop a baby.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, like, just being around kids was very foreign to me. And now it's way easier, and like doing school visits and that kind of stuff, it's not a problem at all.
Yeah.
But there was a shunning of childhood things at a certain point, or it was, I registered as like, oh, that's beneath me.
Yeah.
I'm a teenager now. Why would I
Yeah.
care about these frivolous things like picture books?
Right.
So that's, I mean, I know that there is, like, again, we're unpacking for me here. I
Nope.
don't mean to do,
Oh, it's good.
I do think it's really interesting how people come to kids' books, and it's even more fascinating to me when you know right from the get-go, like, that's the thing that is drawing you in. Is it everything you thought it would be cracked up to be?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, it's like it's hard. It's hard at times to I think like manage. Like I work so slow, so I find like I need so much time to do it. But I do love I love it. Yeah, I love it.
When you say time, give me an example of like, how many books have you done total now? Is it what? 6.
This is my sixth.
6 books.
Right?
Okay. So you're doing a couple a year, maybe? Something like that?
This last year I'm only gonna have one, but it's not even gonna be published this year coming up. So it's gonna be about a year in the making for me to like have started and finished it. Yep.
It's one of those things where like I look at your work and I know immediately that you put more time into each page than I do.
It's just the work, the way that it's because I draw, like it's just a different, like
Yeah. Oh, I'm not.
It's like the way that
playing myself here of any sort, but I know that there is a time component and a like what do I want to say?
I'm glad that you said that. I don't know why I don't know why I always do that. I'm always like, oh come on, because it's like obviously you're not, but it's like it's just like it's for me it's like the damn drawing.
Yeah.
Like I got to draw every freaking thing. I can't just like, and so it's just you can only do that so fast.
Imagining right now I put down a bunch of texture in the background, and just to get the texture here would take you so long because of graphite. And it's just like swatches. And so it's like we each have our own process, but I know that your work is so like introspective and like thoughtful in every mark that you make, and making sure that your gradients and all the things that need to happen and all the textures are meant to be very precise in your work, whereas my work is very much like, oh, that's a little clunky, that's okay. And it means that like the time frame and what you have to put into a book is probably a lot more than what I would in mine. But I also know that I could never do what you're doing. I did my grad program, my thesis work was all about like, there were some projects where I had to do repetitious drawing and lots of little small doodles and whatnot, and I hated it.
Mm-hmm.
It was rough.
Yeah.
Let's ask the question. How much carpal tunnel you got?
I don't have any right now. Well, I shouldn't say that. I have cracking thumbs and cracking but which isn't carpal tunnel, but it's something happening. And then I do get for me it's more like my back. Like I have sciatica that's been acting up, so I get like weird like tingles in my feet and like and so it's from sitting for too long.
Yeah.
And so I have this thing I can stand and draw, but it's funny that you say that, because I was just talking to a student of mine in class that was asking about symptoms relating to carpal tunnel, and like and then it kind of, there was a discussion about what were some good ways to avoid getting that, which I need to put into practice, because I don't do enough. Like I need to take care of myself so that I can, use my hand and my arm for a long time. But so it's important, I guess. I know it is to like, apparently, like even like I should be adjusting the pressure on my brush and not feeling like I'm like pushing in so hard onto the screen and stuff. So I need to learn a little bit about that. I was messing around with that the other day though, and I didn't like the way it was drawing. So I don't know. I need what I would like is like, and it's one of those things. It's like, do I want to learn more, or do I want to keep messing around and just doing like, because I've never like felt like I've really known. Well, I did that's a really good thing for me about learning some graphic design and doing graphic design work, even though I wasn't great at it. It's just I learned how to Photoshop and like use Photoshop to like do technical work, and so that's really helped me. But I feel like I don't really know very much about the program and how to use it, and maybe if I learn more, I could avoid carpal tunnel syndrome in my wrists. But then it's like, yeah, but am I gonna like lose something by knowing what I'm doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a challenge of like the education system, at least probably. And again, I don't know when you graduated or anything of the sort, but I imagine it's not too far off from where I was, where there was a lot of like, just go figure it out, sort of mentality.
Hmm.
And you know, the equivalent of you just had to go push buttons and figure out how the programs worked without necessarily a lot of oversight from others saying, hey, you know, you might want to be careful in using this, you know, whatever it may be, the program this way, because it's going to hurt you over time and
Hmm.
cause problems. And now that is much more of a like, it's a thoughtful response where I actually teach a professional practice class, and there's actually a section about sort of health and safety
And so
in this, and like
what do you talk about in that class? Like what kind of
a lot
things?
a lot of it is that sort of like planning for longevity.
Right.
And I'm not a good, like, it's sort of me preaching something that I am not good at as well, in the sense of, you know, I have a bad back because I sit the wrong way painting.
Hmm.
And part of it is, and I don't know if you have the same thing, but like leaning over to look, especially at small details. And working with wet paint means I can't have a surface that's raised up. And so my back goes all the
Yeah.
time, and I have problems because of that. And
Yeah.
then, you know, there's all sorts of reasons and problems that come from it that maybe people, I don't want to say disregard, but aren't prepared for when you first start out your career.
Yeah, yeah, and that stuff is like you wish you would have learned it, and it's like not going to regret learning that kind. Well, I mean, hopefully you won't regret it because you avoid
Yeah.
situations altogether. But yeah,
The the I imagine that like there are similar artist problems no matter what medium you have that's going to show up. But it's funny. Do you know about the Graphic Artist Guild's book?
yep, yep,
They so this last like edition, they included a health and safety section, and that's where some of that comes from for me, is that idea of like um, that talking about these things that maybe were just ignored previously because no one really cared to teach it. Um, it's there are all sorts of weird. I don't want to get into like health things. That's
but
weird.
I'm curious.
Um,
I am a little bit curious about what kind of. I haven't gotten the latest one of
uh,
it, like
oh
book
yeah,
publication.
it talks. I mean, it talks about like posture. It talks about wear and tear on the body in the sense of stuff like carpal tunnel, and it talks about uh, practices to, you know, like if I remember correctly, there's even stuff that talks about like getting up and stretching periodically. And
Yeah.
so
And
like
that's like one of the hardest things to do because if you're like me, I get so just like I'm like, well, I'm just also learned that I'm really like quite ADHD. Um, so and like when I get into a focus zone, I do
yeah,
not move. I do not move at all. Like I just like sit there like
yep,
so still.
yep.
So yeah, that's hard to do. I guess like setting alarms and like
There's there are some studios at my
yeah.
school that actually have like those rubber band stretchy things on various posts and stuff for people to stand up, especially in the animation lab, because they sit in, you know, at a computer all day, and the idea is to get them up and like do a little bit of exercise just to stretch your muscles, which is funny, like thinking like when I was in school they never would have put that stuff up. It would have been
Guess
like,
not. No.
what, why do you need this? It's taking up classroom space. um, and now it's much more sort of common. So tell me, you said that you love Kidlit,
Hmm.
but I'm going to challenge you here. I
Uh-oh.
want to know, what don't you like?
My brain isn't ready for that tonight. I don't know. What don't I like?
Yeah, like
Just
what's
in
one of the
general?
like, ugh, I hate this part of it.
Oh, about what I do?
Yeah.
Okay, let me think. Let me think. Like hate?
Well, okay, not hate is a strong word. What's something that makes you roll your eyes when you realize you have to do it? Like, I'll
Okay,
give
well,
an example.
I hate how I overdo things. Is
Okay.
that an answer that is like
Yeah, that's
reasonable? Like I don't.
you passed. Uh,
Okay. Oh yes, thank God. I don't think like okay. So that's one thing. I get mad at myself for um feeling like I'm not being efficient with time and like because I feel it in other areas where I feel guilty with the kids and all that and like so and with my life like having a life but like and then also I just think like it's like does it feels gross like after a while to like kind of to like okay that's so that part of the so I'm getting into like also like the fact that like I will work on an illustration sometimes until I'm like crying because I've like felt like I'm not getting anywhere. I'm not getting anywhere. I'm not getting where I don't like it's not working and like and so I get really I can get really frustrated, especially if I'm worried about time
yeah.
because it's like I have deadlines and I've promised work to everybody and so it's like it can be yeah it can be like that can really weigh on me like but
Have you ever missed a deadline?
well, I would have said no, but then like up until like okay, I missed a deadline. Yeah, like
Or
I've been missing. I've been dropping the like. I feel like I've gotten to a phase of life where it's become a lot, and like I'm like I was doing a lot because like I like my kids were younger, and I was like, I was kind of like I was on you know I would be on maternity leave, and like I could like just feel like I could just work like it was also I didn't have as much work. Now I'm like busy with all the things I want to do, realizing that you can't do
yeah,
everything. So you need to like prioritize and you need to find a way to not even because you like it's for the sake of everybody. Like you don't want to be disappointing people and like letting people down and like you want to do a good job of what you are saying, what you are committing to doing. And so it's like yeah, it's um that's hard. And missing a like so missing deadlines. I feel like I've like been late with a few things like not necessarily well some illustration work it feels like close calls where I'm like oh just in the nick of time and like and missing things that I'm not like that I would normally not miss because I'm feeling that crunch of like a lot of being a lot so um yeah like there are things that are but like in terms of like a book project or a big project no I'm generally pretty 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 like my record so far is for that has been it's been okay but I mean it happens and sometimes you can't avoid it sometimes and um but it feels I can't like you know doing it like it doesn't feel good.
no. The reason I when I was in school, I was one of those people who I always referred to me as the person who never had a wet painting. Um, that like you put it up on the wall and there'd be people who were working up until the last second, and that was not me
Oh,
of any sort.
oh,
I know, showing off,
whoa.
right?
You were one
But
you actually got sleep when you were in school? Is that what you're
I
saying?
never had to pull an all-nighter when I was in school.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah, I had a friend like that. I had a friend like that too that
but see, here's the thing though. I don't think the work looking back at it was very good. And I think it was partially I
oh,
wanted to get the work done right away because I
I
didn't
don't
want to
know.
be behind and I didn't give it enough time and
Oh,
thought.
okay. Well,
Just production, basically. And so looking back on it, I wish I had, not that I wanted to lose sleep, um, but after since then I've had a few close calls, like you said, where like I've had to ask for an extension because of projects lining up horribly or things of the sort. It does feel yucky, but also I think once I ask for something like that, it doesn't feel as yucky anymore. It was that
Yeah,
inevitable.
that's the worst part is like getting to that stage where you're like torturing yourself over having to ask.
Yep.
That's the worst, and it's so it keeps you up at night and like I but yeah, as soon as you ask and as soon as it's like if it's possible, then it's like such a relief
Yeah, like
for
why was
sure.
I why was I so, distressed over this
But it just
dumb, like 2 days or whatever it may be that I was requesting. Um, and so it's one of those things where like the late nights and the all that stuff. Sometimes I think I get in my own head, maybe a little bit too much about it, or I mean I want to be on time and I want to get work to the client on time, but I also know that like I was told by my agent at one point that getting your work in early is not always seen as a good thing. Um,
oh really?
yeah, well,
Why?
just in the sense that, especially in Kidlit, because there's an expectation. Like I was coming from editorial, and that editorial world, it's like it maybe due the same day kind of situation. And then I was jumping into Kidlit, and all of a sudden I was thinking, oh, I want to get it done as fast as possible for them. They'll be impressed. But my agent said the problem is they see that and they go, well, we wanted you to think about it and decide what makes sense for this. And it sounds like you're just sort of just getting it done to get it done.
Oh.
So like the thought process wasn't there, or that it just like you're not giving it the due time that it deserves. And I have since learned like, oh, well, maybe I don't need to rush as much, or I don't need to fret over the deadline as much as I used to. Um, and, there's still editorial stuff where I will get stuff in fast, but I
Yeah.
definitely push up against deadlines more than I have in the past. Let's put it that way.
You know, yeah. Well, yes, and I think like it's interesting. I think like everything has like I think like what you said about school, like like I think that you were learning good time management at the same time your way, and like I pushed it till the limit, and and then I would like cut myself and end up in an emergency. Like I like
Oh,
accidentally like chopped my finger with an X-Acto blade when I was like finished my poster. I'd spent all night working on this thing, and I like did that because I was tired and I wasn't paying attention, and I like and then it's like great. That's that's not good. So um it's not, I guess it's funny because I'm all I've always been like on time, but then I think about the fact that I would do that in college, and it's like, okay, you apparently had a problem, like you've had like time management struggles since you were, or at least like not knowing when to, like not knowing when to like stop, or is it like also just the nature of the work that I do? Like I could always work more on it because it's detail oriented and that's the way that I like that it looks. It's just
yeah.
probably a combination. But like I think learning like how to be done a bit ahead of schedule so that you can take care of yourself. It's like I'm like learning that now, but
Yeah.
maybe it's a constant
Well, I
thing.
feel
Constant.
like it's the same thing for me too, in this sense of like, I'm learning to take time where I should have been taking time before. And not to say that like I'm putting stuff off on purpose or anything of the sort, but I'm realizing sort of priorities in
Mm-hmm.
life, and like the equivalent we talked about kids earlier, and that idea of sometimes you got to just give them the day
Yeah.
and focus on them, and it may mean that you have to pull some late nights later, or you might have to sort of manage your time differently, but it's about what's important that day, not necessarily, or what I want to say. It's the battle, not no, it's the war, not the battle. Yeah, whatever
Yeah.
that phrase. Um,
Yeah.
I
That
see
makes
there's
sense.
a comment here from Tara Walker 19, and says, Dena, superhero with that,
Tara!
you always dazzle with your final art. So
Aww.
is this someone
I'm gonna
you know?
Tara. That's my beautiful editor that I love, and I that makes I'm so happy to hear that and that you're here.
Wait, is Tara your editor right now on this project?
No, Tara's
Okay.
the editor of King Mouse, Bear Wants to Sing, Night
Okay.
Lunch.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say we don't want to be talking about you being late on any of this right now. Uh,
Well,
if your
but
editor is yeah.
my wonderful editor that of Taylor is also, you are going to get this done on time.
Yeah.
But I am also working on being careful with time management as well. I'm like trying to be not, you know, it's just like, you're right though, with the kids, like I think sometimes it's better, like I think like, oh, I'm just gonna like multitask, but then not focusing on them. It's just it like it would be better to just like concentrate on them, like you said, in that moment, and you'll get more accomplished that
Yeah.
way. I guess is that compartmentalizing? Is that like,
Yeah. I mean,
oh,
to me, it's the idea that like if you deal with that now, you won't be fretting over it when you're in studio later, kind of situation. And so like even the equivalent of like right now, my son's up asleep, but knowing that I took time to check in with him and say how's school and all those things means that I'm not sitting here going, oh, I forgot to check in with my son, and now I feel really bad because he probably had a big event happen at school today or whatever it may be. And so that constant sort of understanding that if again, it's the prioritizing. It really is like setting up a hierarchy of what's important for you at any given time.
yeah, yeah, for sure. And knowing when, just like learning how to prioritize, I suppose, right from the start, and not, it's just hard. It's like hard not to take on too much,
Yeah,
and it's just like, yeah.
way hard. Do you find just thinking about sort of schedule and how long it takes you to make the work? Do you find, and that sounded like it was almost like a slight, and it was not meant to be that way.
Oh, I
But
didn't. What? Oh, what did you
I
say?
just said
Like
with how long it takes you to make the work.
Oh,
What I meant was, do you find that,
make the
yeah,
work.
boy, when you're so slow and don't get it done on time,
When you're constantly making work for yourself,
yeah,
which is actually probably true. It's
when you're
like,
ignoring the work and just dealing with your kids, uh, you, you find that there is uh, sort of a challenge to stay like I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. Staying in the zone of working, I think, is a very tricky thing to do, especially for those that haven't been doing it for years and years, and to sort of know when to step away, and when to sort of. I've asked this question to quite a few folks on here before, of like when to stop and say enough is enough, or I need to take a break. And I know we run. You've mentioned before that like sometimes you just get into that zone and you got to work. But how do you decide when to stop? How do you decide to sort of like say
when it's
I need to step
finished,
away for a second?
like is like, are we talking about like when to say it's finished or when to take a break, or both?
Both. I think
Okay,
both.
I think know very, I know when it's done. I know when it's done. I don't ever feel like I can't like, um I do get to a point where I feel like it's done. It's done. I know when it's done. But like I feel like that can be an unreasonable amount of time. And that maybe like if to someone else it may look done. Um Taking a break is really hard for me. I think that that's something that I struggle with a lot, is like learning when to just stop and like take a break because you need it. And I tend to push myself really hard, like really hard in that sense, because I feel like I should always be like productive and making things that like doing more. And I guess it's like fear based. A lot of the time, some of the time that. Also,
Yeah.
I like doing this, like doing this kind of like, but
Yeah.
I neglect, like, I mean, I need to clean my house. I should be cleaning my house instead of drawing, sometimes.
That's not just you. There's a mess upstairs right now. I know that much. Did is it something like? Well, I feel like maybe I'm gonna shift gears topic wise because I feel like we are getting into this like, oh, life is awful. So, um, so tell me like with doing the work that you do now, and obviously you said that you used to paint a lot more, um, and now it's become more of a drawing based sort of aesthetic and whatnot. Um, how did we come to that decision? Like, what was it about drawing that made the interest for you?
Um, I like the well, it's funny because I'm working in color now, but like I liked the simplicity of drawing. Like I liked the one medium, the one thing you can take it with you. You can I liked the fact that it was like I just liked how I guess it was like yeah, the simplicity of it and like that I could like bring it with me and draw anywhere and like not that I couldn't do that and do other things, but it's I like to focus or I tend to focus on I don't know, like needle felting is kind of the same. Like I can take it anywhere and it's like I went from like painting which required like a big setup and like a lot of things and which and I just for whatever reason like maybe it's phases of life, but I just wanted to like simplify and I liked that the simplicity. Um but I always like drawing like that. Like I like draw like when I was in when I was in um even when I paint I draw. Like I was like
Yeah.
draw like when I use a paintbrush I'm basically like cross hatching and like so it's like it was always that kind of approach was always there. Um like now I'm kind of feeling like how do I try new things and have it still be feel like me and um and how much should you try and change um and everything.
Was the move obviously like I absolutely understand the idea of like if you're going to draw or some people like to draw as their paintings like they even the way they hold their brush sometimes is different than or the application of the paint is less about like planes and more about line and all sorts of methods there.
Yeah,
Do you feel
that's
yeah do you feel like in shifting towards that or I guess shifting away from paint as the medium and going towards the drawing, do you feel like there is uh, a skill that had to be learned in the process? Like obviously, you said that you painted like you drew and maybe you draw like you paint, but there still has to be some recognition of the medium itself and sort of the process involved to get to the finished product. Uh, do you feel like when you were working or shifting from that, or the evolution over time, do you feel like there was a big learning curve in sort of saying, okay, now I'm going to graphite instead of acrylic paint, and I have to cognitively think before I put down a mark, or was it just second nature at that point?
yeah. It was like it went kind of hand in hand with like I was just so I was like I would I guess like I started to draw more because I loved the like drawing more or
Yeah.
drawing and I'm using graphite only and so because I enjoyed it so much I started to draw more and I started to get better. And I just felt like I was able to kind of visualize and get it on the paper the way I was visualizing for fun for once. Like
Okay.
I felt like that was always a struggle. Like when I was like I never liked my work. I never liked my work. Like I always like I'm not like full like I don't think I'm full of myself, but like I like my work. I like what I do. I think that when I get it when it's done and it looks the way I want it to, I'm proud of it and I'm really happy with it. But like back then before I like learned this like or moved into more of what I'm doing now, I never really liked my work very much. Like I was like always disappointed somehow or like felt like I like wanted it to look a certain way and then it like just never did. And I think like I out like it's funny because I'm always and I preach this in my art in my drawing class so much and my students probably get roll their eyes at me, but I'm always like on them about not using outline because we talk a lot about value. Like, just not that there's nothing wrong with outline, but like for what we're doing in the classes that I teach, we're like just most of the time anyway. Like, well, I taught linear perspective and it's all outline, which is fine. And when that's the goal, great. But like when we just deal with value and they're learning how to draw and understand value and form and everything and like when it's just sort of like trying to understand planes and
Yeah.
how like it's just like I love that and I love like when you can create like a form by just shifting the color a little or the light or like the value a bit like and you can get that definition without having to like draw an outline and I remember I used to add a lot of outlines in my work, and it was sort of like a clashing. It was like a bit of a clashing of like approaches like that I felt like was just they didn't quite. I don't know. Anyway, I just like so that was one thing I do remember about. But I did love
I can,
paint. I loved paint. I loved painting. It was fun. Like, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say I can imagine that an outline with your work would almost diminish some of the like the beautiful quality of
Soft edges.
of of the edge essentially is what I was gonna say. It's interesting here because it sounds like we're teaching. I mean, I've taught some drawing courses and things of the sort, but it sounds to me like there is also a great lesson for people listening when it comes to like if you are learning to draw. One of the ways that I always taught it to students was that they grew up drawing lines. Basically, they learned how to draw with lines when they were little kids. Just drawing a figure on a page and whatnot. And to get them to like stop using a pencil in that way is very, very difficult. But once they can wrap their head around the idea that a line is not naturally in the world. Like there are no lines, there's just value against value, and once they can wrap their head around that, it makes it so much easier. And it's not to say that lines are bad, because I use lines all the time in my work. It's a matter of like you want to use it because it's necessary, not because it's what I tell people is I don't want it to be a filler where you just fill in the color to fill in the shape that you created with a line, versus a how do I put it, like versus a edge, or that the line implies weight or value or all sorts of things. And so like even I worry a little bit because I've heard even in my own work I've heard people say, well, you might want to be mindful of doing googly eyes or round eyes. And I get the sentiment because it does make it look cartoony and whatnot, but at the same time I've done it enough that I'm not doing it because I don't know how to do other eyes. I'm doing it because I think it adds the type of character that I want, and that's a different mindset. And it no longer is it a crutch. Let's put it that way.
Right. It's not because that makes sense. That makes sense.
I mean, if it was, then I'd have all sorts of other issues in my life. That was the reason why I'm doing it. Do you with talking about sort of style, and I know there's lots of folks on here that are always questioning sort of like how to define your style and how to define who you are as an artist. Are there, and this is a question I've asked lots of people on here, so it's, to me, it's interesting to hear the variety of answers. Is there a way that you describe your work, like markers or things that tell you it's your work versus you looking at it going, well, this is really influential of someone else?
So you're okay. So like what makes it you? What makes my work unique to me?
From your own voice, what makes your work you?
Well, I think let's see. Let me think. I
don't mean to put tough questions.
No, it's good. I wanna.
You want to answer it right because there's a grade writing on it.
Well, and I'm also like realizing that I'm kind of like I'm doing like autopilot, and I don't want to be like regretting things that I said accidentally without being thoughtful and thinking, because that's like I don't want to be that person.
Day and go, do you know what you said?
But that's also me being imposter syndrome, which isn't nice to myself. Okay, let me think. I think I've always like thought of my work as being kind of dreamlike, you know? So like maybe just like a floating between like what is literal and real and like concrete and like a mix of that and like more dream-like descriptions of things. I think when I talk to my students about line quality and stuff, and we're talking about that a lot right now. I think like a lot of like your personality goes into your line work, and your like you said, like you get a character in like your like I think like it's like success if you feel like you're like mark making and like what you're doing, putting like the line work that you're using, if it has like a feeling or an atmosphere or like a mood or like an emotion, then to me that feels like a good, like that's a good thing. And I think like I would like to think that I put that into my work, and you can tell that it's mine because of that. And because I do like I try and like, I mean, I reference and like look at, you know, artists, and I try not to look too much, because it's like I don't like feeling like I'm overly, I don't think any of us want to be overly influenced at the same time, because we're kind of, I don't want to be too precious, but I also like want to um you have to like be inspired and like feel the energy from other people's work, and like too, and like and appreciate it, and in order to find your own voice and stuff. But anyway, I don't know. And then like what else, like what other things
have you had one of the things that I was lucky enough to have some folks actually describe my work to me when I was really struggling to like figure out what my voice was, or you know how to describe it to folks. And I'm wondering, like, when you read reviews, because you mentioned that with that one in particular, or the night owl one, right, sort of having a reaction from folks. Do the words that they use and the description they use sort of feel like it connects?
Oh, yeah, and I like hearing other like I like hearing feedback. I always like hearing people's opinions that I would have connected that to it, and like feel like it's like I it just it that's always that's fun
Yeah.
to read and hear. Um, for sure. Yeah. I think like I'm not gonna I don't yeah, anyway, let's not
Yeah.
I
Yeah. We're not going to get okay.
do we need to
Shifting.
go do we need to go into um has your work ever okay, so has your like what about you? Like do you feel like how do you feel like when you hear um
I like.
reviews about your work
I like it.
and
You're putting me on the spot. Um, uh, I there's part of me that looks at every single review, and I know I probably shouldn't look at all of them, and try to read between the lines every single time. Of like, it's again, it's
part of
that
your job
imposter syndrome.
though.
Yeah,
It's
but
part of our job to read between the lines. So it's like when you turn that off.
it
Gotta
is.
turn
But
that off
I think
sometimes.
I start to read too much into every single phrase. So like the equivalent of, uh, I start to go and say like they're secretly hiding a message in there that says, uh, that they don't like my work, or it is that imposter syndrome of I'm constantly looking for the negative
Mm-hmm.
and not
You'll find
see,
it. You'll always find it.
yeah, and not see the positives of what they're saying. And so I do see a lot of like weird statements of like, you know, they always say my work is quirky or, colorful and stuff. And it's like, how come no one ever says it's like beautiful? And like, I know that it's not that type of work in general. Like I'm not aiming for like the most beautiful work in the world, but it's funny, like the
You
phrase.
wish that you would get that sometimes, or like
Yeah,
you wonder
I
what,
wish
like,
that someone
yeah,
would see the beauty in like some of the textures and things of the sort that I do.
but
But
but you think that like they do, and you just like focused in on
probably,
yeah,
probably,
yeah, you like remember the negatives.
yes.
I don't think anyone would call my work like edgy
Yeah,
or like, super like
yeah,
this conceptual. Like I'm always like I really like admire conceptual people, and I think like I don't I wish I could be like more conceptual and stuff. And so I know what you mean. Like yeah, I've definitely like there's like things that other people can pull off or that make defines their approach, and that's
yeah,
and but then it's like you have to just like appreciate the fact that you're doing it different, and that's what makes the world go around is like different differences and like in what we do, um and just be able to appreciate that. Oh my God, I'm like giving us a pep talk.
I know. There's been a couple nights. There was one night where I forget who was on, and we just had this big medical talk about uh, like ailments for at least an hour, and it was weird. And I don't know how we got in that conversation. This one has turned
What
into,
kind of
yeah.
ailments? That sounds like an interesting conversation.
I don't even remember what it was. I just remember at the end of it going like, "Wow, we talked a lot of medical stuff, and it was weird." So let's shift gears. Let's make for those that are going, "What the hell did I just tune into?" Let's shift gears. So here's the question of the moment. If you were not an artist, what was it going to be?
Okay, so back to like being a kid wanting to be something before I chose a career. What
Yeah,
did I want to be?
yeah.
I'm overworking this. Um, I need reference, and I can't get my computer to bring up reference for me right now. My iPad. Um, I wanted to be. Let's see. Let me try and remember. Well, I always had like I was always like doing like I spent a lot of time drawing and like doing like little storybook stuff, um, little characters and things. But like I wanted to be like I was always like, if I had like the right kind of brain, and like I I always like glorified the idea of like going like being an astronomer, or like doing something related to like being a scientist of some sort that would study like the 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 stars, and like um I guess like physics a little and stuff. But I
Yeah.
don't have that. I don't have that kind of brain. I mean, like I have like I'm fascinated by it, and I love hearing about it and stuff. But I could never have. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, being like a vet, like with working with animals. Um,
Did you
what else?
did you did you like, for me, the idea of, there was a point where I really wanted to get into, and it's funny, it's the same thing. Like, I thought paleontology would be fun when I was like,
Yeah.
especially when I was exploring the idea of like the mixture of art and other things. But then I also knew that like I am not the type of person that can go and study biology, and you know that is out of my range. And so that sort of ruled that out relatively quickly.
Hmm.
And so creativity was sort of the big thing to sort of rely on. But is there
Yeah.
is there something that, if you were to go back now, not from your childhood, but like, is there something now that you really want to learn?
I
That
love like psychology and stuff.
oh
I love like, and I've always really loved that. And I would always take that in my humanities and stuff when I was in my post-secondary.
I
Yeah. But
I said to someone the other day, like, if it wasn't for art now, I would love to be a therapist or a psychologist because I love gossip. I
is
absolutely
that
love
what is
gossip.
that
Like,
is
whenever
like a way to justify liking gossip?
yeah, whenever family gets together, and then like we used to, I won't name them, uh, but there were people in the family who had some concerns. Let's put it that way, or there should have been concerns about. And then we drive home,
Oh.
uh, like the equivalent of, this is a weird statement, and I don't know how to phrase this in an effective way. My wife and I went to a bachelorette party for two women that were getting married,
Hmm.
and they had a party that was at a strip club.
Hmm.
And it's the only time I've ever been into a strip club. And I think the same for my wife. I don't know. But the entire time that we were in there, we were like confused and didn't know what was going on, and we didn't know how to react to it. And the whole ride home, we spent psychoanalyzing everything that happened,
Yeah.
and was involved, the participant, like the people working there, the people that were there. And like, it was this sort of like, I know that we spent 2 hours in the car ride home talking about like, okay, do people understand, like, how do they mentally break down what was happening? Oh, my wife did say, yep, that's the only time she's ever been to a strip club. uh, good
Oh.
good save there, Lauren. But uh, to me, that's the kind of thing, like, not necessarily gossip, but just like understanding how people think is fascinating.
Yeah. I
I don't
mean,
know if that's the thing you're talking about, but
well, for sure. Like, yeah, like I like to do the same. I think understanding human nature and how um just like my kids are really into like superheroes, like I said, and like alternate realities and like things that could be and couldn't be, and like why, and like maybe because you're at a strip club that you wouldn't normally go to, maybe were you feeling uncomfortable, were you trying to
oh yes.
process why, and like what would be the like, it's like not like, the, yeah, so like you're trying to, yeah, but I know I like that kind of, I like thinking
Like,
like about those things, but I actually kind of like hate gossip at the same
oh,
time. I kind of like, I resent it a lot. I just like, I think, but then it's like, but also it's just human nature to like, to kind of, I don't know. I just, can't, there's like a balance of like not being gossipy and like being more interested in the concepts of why people do what they do, or why we all do, like why as a society and culture and whatever, blah blah blah, why we do the things we do. And I have such a limited understanding of it all. I mean, I think, but it like opens up a Pandora's box of like so many things, and it's pretty fascinating and interesting to think about.
The idea, I understand what you're saying. Like, I don't like dirty gossip. I like gossip that's like,
Funny.
I mean, like something that puts someone down. I don't like that gossip.
No.
I like just knowing the scene stuff that not everybody knows. So like the equivalent of like finding out, and this goes to that psychology thing again of like finding out someone's history, and you go, oh, that all makes sense now. Understand who they are as a person. And like, that's the kind of stuff that I love. And it really does boil down to that psychology of like how people work, and and again, could I ever go to school and study psychology? No, I don't have the brain for it, but it'd be cool if I did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, gossip, not gossip over. Let's shift gears.
And I feel the same as you though. Like I agree with you on that. Like I think like, and it's a fine line between what's like, yeah, it's just it's like there's a lot of like good that can come out of like talking about human behavior and how things work. But like yeah, like you said, like not stuff where it's hurting people and like making people feel bad. Like no. It's I think that's
so like
that's
did you know who said who, like who did this? And well, like I don't care about that kind of stuff. I care about the like, okay, so did you know that so and so grew up in a cult, and now we understand why they have this weird penchant for whatever it may be. Like that's the kind of stuff that I'm like, oh, that again, it really boils down to
it's the bigger picture,
their experiences. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so topic shift. I don't know why I'm announcing topic shifts every time now. With being up in Canada. Okay, you have to. This is cultural exchange moment for me. When they plow your roads, it's such a weird comment to bring up. Do they just push the snow to the side, or do they melt it?
Both, but like the city comes and plows and like clears the roads off, and then like but everybody here does melt ice on the sidewalks in front of their house. And
but does that mean with salt, or does that mean with like
salt, which is really bad for the environment and stuff? Yeah.
Well, the reason I ask, I grew up in Minnesota, and I don't remember it being a Minnesota thing, but I remember hearing about it up in Canada, that they would have trucks that would go by that would literally like scoop up the snow, melt it into water, and then deliver the water somewhere, so that because they just didn't have room to put the snow anywhere.
Yeah, like in piles and stuff, and or melt it. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah. Yes, I don't know. I don't know that much detail about
snow removal.
I would need to educate myself a little on that one. I don't know what the latest snow removal techniques are.
What's the gossip in the world of snow removal?
Yeah, that's the kind of gossip that. Well, I can find out for you if you want.
It's one of those questions. Someone was asking the other day about snow removal and whatnot here, and I was saying like I heard about this thing up in Canada where they would do that, but maybe it's a different section of Canada too. I don't know if my wife is laughing about my dumb questions up there right now. Okay, so cultural exchange moment. I'm trying to figure out if there's other ones that I had. There's other ones I want to ask about politics in the United States, but I don't want to.
Oh dear.
I don't. That. Yeah. I don't. Yeah, we don't want to go there.
Maybe not. But
yeah, I have problems with it, and I live here. Okay, what other cultural exchange moments do we have? I feel like there's something else that was like growing up in Minnesota that I heard about, and I'm like, here's the hot tip. I don't remember what it was.
What kind of things define growing up in Minnesota for you? Like what kind of, what were some mosquitoes?
Yes.
Well, we have a lot of mosquitoes here.
Tons of mosquitoes. I mean, obviously lakes and that kind of stuff. But it's funny because like when I grew up there, where in Canada, you're 2 hours. I'm trying to figure out like, so you're like above the Rockies or in the Rockies range,
yeah,
right?
we're right on the Rocky. Yeah, the Rocky Mountains are like west of us, just 40 minutes, half an hour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. The equivalent of like, in the area that we were in, it was lakes, everywhere. And there were sections of it where like you could be on a lake and look across the lake, see the edge on the other side and know that's Canada. And it was sort of this like fascinating stretch of land. And have you ever seen the show Fargo?
Yeah. Yeah. It was filmed a lot of it was filmed in Calgary where I live. It
feels, I mean, there were sections of it that were like that, and then there were sections where like some of the areas I grew up in were very suburban, that sort. But how would I describe growing up there? I don't know. It was nice, but it was the middle of the country.
Okay. Yeah.
If that makes any sense. It's not flyover country in my mind, but it was the middle of the country. Shoot,
is it like what kind of like landscape is it like? Is it like it's not prairies and like
there are sections of it like that, but where I grew up, it was a lot of lakes and forests and houses. But there are sections that are like that where it's like my parents moved from Minnesota to Texas at one point, and we had to help sort of drive all the stuff down. My brother and I did, and there were sections along the roads in Minnesota and Iowa and Kansas and stuff where it would say like your next gas station is in 100 and something miles. And, like a clear sign that like you're out in the middle of nowhere.
Good. Get heads up. You're gonna need this. You're gonna need gas.
If you don't get it, you're gonna die. So,
you're stranded. Oh no.
But like I grew up in a big populated area at times, and I was little too for some of it, so like I don't remember all of it, but I do have memories of I don't know if I ever told the story on here. I grew up very, very close to Paisley Park.
Oh.
Do you know what Paisley Park is?
Well, isn't that like it's like a Prince song or something, or like
Prince's recording studios, Paisley Park. And so we grew up maybe I don't know, a couple miles from it, something like that when I was really little. And later I worked at a movie theater.
Yeah.
And there's this fun story that goes with it, which was I was in the box office at the end of the night, and this guy, like I was counting up all the money because all the movies had gone in, and this guy shows up, and he comes up to the window, and we have one of those like bulletproof glass windows, and it wasn't a rough area, but I think it's just a lot of cash. And he goes, "I want to speak to your manager." And I was like, I don't know what's going on here. And the guy must have been 6'8", probably like 300 pounds, maybe more, in a trench. And when he said that, he turned to the side, and I saw a gun under his trench coat. And I'm like, did you say nice?
Yikes.
Oh, yikes. I didn't say nice. Nice.
No, no. Yeah, that's scary. And you were like, so how old were you when you worked at the movie theater?
17, maybe, something like that. And so I called up the manager, and I'm like, we're getting robbed. And the manager goes, oh, no, that's just Prince's bodyguard. And I was like, what? I turned back to look at the guy, and then I saw a little tiny Prince in his little purple high heels running across the back of the theater where no one could see him. Security guards shuffling him in. Apparently, he would buy out a theater at the end of the night so he could see the latest movies.
No way.
And so, like, I thought I was getting robbed, but it was just his security guard. And I guess they had known he'd been doing it for years. And I guess we were the biggest theater, which was tiny, but we were the biggest theater in the area. And so that was his, like, that was my only one experience with Prince, was seeing his bodyguard.
And his shoes.
I do remember his shoes. And he was very tiny. Tinier than I ever expected.
Did you, and then were you hoping that you would see, like, that it would happen again? And
yeah, no, I think shortly after I left for college. And so I didn't get to see him again, but, you know, we go way back. I can call him up now. Oh, no, I can't call him up. Never mind. That joke didn't pay off.
I hate to break it to you.
He hasn't.
I hate to be the one to tell you.
I don't know why. I keep calling and I just get his message. I love Prince, but that's my that was like big time. Like, I saw a celebrity moment. So now you have to tell us. You have to tell us your celebrity moments.
I thought.
Who have you
Okay.
met?
Who have I met? Well, I'm not that interesting. Okay, let me think. Celebrities. I saw Alec Baldwin when I was in, not like, who, no one. This is like, this for me, that was exciting because I don't get out much.
Where did you see him in what capacity?
Okay, well, I suppose it was just because it was such a magical day. I was at a flea market in New York, like, getting to go somewhere, being very excited about it, and then getting to go to this amazing flea market that was, I don't know, it was just great. And I love flea markets. And Alec Baldwin was standing out there talking on the phone to somebody at the flea market. It was cool.
Did you wave at him?
No, I didn't. No, not. I just minded my own business and continued on. I was on a hunt for hair combs. I wanted to find antique hair combs. Yeah, I was like, I still really love them. Like, you know, like comb, like those like little hair combs that you put in your hair. And so, and then there was apparently like a Salvador Dali auction of his work or prints or something in the basement of this antique mall that I was in across the street from. Yeah, it was like, it was fun. Okay, let me think. I might have to like think on this one because I'm trying, like, I know I have met some like amazing, I mean, I haven't seen, like, Prince is I don't know if I can
Alec Baldwin's a pretty big one. That's
well, but he didn't come to my movie theater, and
it's not a Billy Baldwin. That's Alec Baldwin. He's the good one. He's the one that made a name for himself. What about, okay, so here's other weird questions for you while you think.
Okay.
If you were on a desert island, I'm gonna start a thing on these Gavin Doodles where I make a collection of just random questions, and I'm gonna pull them from the jar or whatever, and then that's topics to go off of. If you were on a desert island and you could only eat one food for the rest of your life. So, and I say it doesn't have to be a desert island. You're deserted of some sort. There's no other food source around. But you can have one food for the rest of your life. What's it going to be and why?
Well, okay, so I'm going to be like, try and be like strategic about it. I want to survive. Do I have access to anything that I want?
You mean food-wise?
Yeah, like, does it have to grow on the island, or
no? Like, if you
pick something
you want
and you magically appear,
you're good.
Okay.
What?
Well, one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not gonna work out anyway because I'm on an island and I can only have one thing to eat. I'm pretty sure you can't survive on one thing, but let me think. There might be something.
You may not
Do I
laugh,
want to?
but
Okay?
you may only be there for a few days and die of malnourishment, but you're gonna
Well,
live it up for that.
that's the thing. That's why I
days.
feel like maybe I should do something, eat something that I just love and like who cares, right?
Yeah.
Well then it would probably be like something like chocolate ice cream and brownies or something ridiculous like that. I don't know.
It's got to be one food. It can't be chocolate brownies. You're already changing the rules on us here.
Okay.
Yeah, one choice.
This is a mean question.
I can tell you what mine is. It's changed over time. Like originally, I used to say things like cheese, like just a plate of cheese.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But at one point, it was lemon Danish, and not cheap grocery store lemon Danish. I don't need the kind where it looks like it's from like French patisserie or anything of the sort. But like just junk food. But I think now it has shifted away from that to probably like just some good cinnamon rolls. And that's something with maybe a little bit more like bread to it, but not healthy in any way. But
that's a good one because like the bread part, it feels like okay, well, it would feel filling, and then you would still be getting like it's like because I was thinking like okay, well, would I eat like chocolates or like some sort of like, but if you have something that's got flour in it, it would be like filling, and you would kind of at least feel like you were getting. Yeah, it would be, but then it would not take. Yeah, after a couple. See, this is the thing. I'm like thinking already about how it would taste after a couple of days, and like getting sick of it. You can only the one like thing that's like nutritionally not going to sustain you. Okay. See, and I shouldn't have to be thinking this hard about it. I think I'm actually very hungry. I haven't eaten a lot in the last half a day. Cheese sounds pretty damn good to me. I'm like tempted to pick something along those lines.
What about so like I will give like if you want to say cheese, it can be different types of cheese, like a cheese platter. You know what I mean?
Oh, but you said only one thing, so I could have like a cheese platter.
I'm willing to go there. What I don't want is like cheese and then also like strawberries, because that's like two totally different types of food. But I'm willing to go like a cheese platter, like that makes sense to me because it feels
can olives be on it?
Ooh, now we're talking a charcuterie board. I don't know.
Yeah. Could I have a charcuterie board?
Yeah. So it's like meat, cheeses, and crackers, and like a full rounded meal. If you can justify, I think if you can justify it, then yeah, you can have. These are the that I tend to not necessarily ask all these type of questions, but I ask dumb questions like this in class periodically to students just to get conversation going. And sometimes there will be some like heated topics. We had one time where I don't even know how we got on the topic, but someone brought up, "Do you wear socks to bed?" And to me, that was like, yeah, everybody wears socks to bed. And then I found out that's not true.
No. Wait. The only time I ever wear socks, no, never, unless I'm frozen.
Yeah, see, like it's a heated topic apparently, and it's so. Wait, why no socks?
Well, feet used to like I've changed because my circulation isn't as good, but my feet used to get so flippin' hot when I was a kid. I would like that would be the one like one of the things that would keep me up at night would be like my feet getting too hot. And I'd have to go put cold water on them. I'd have to go to the bathroom and like put them under cold water because they were so
What?
hot. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't thought about this in years. This is like bringing up some interesting
Some weird like
memory.
midnight. Your parents walk in and you're in the middle of
In the bathroom with my feet in the under the tap. Yeah, 100% that would happen. Or
see.
I would have to take like I would get a towel, like a face cloth or something, and like put cold water on it, and then like I would put like yeah, like an ice pack on my feet basically. Like anyway, but so there's that reason. Um, but then also just yeah, I think it's just mainly that. Like I just don't. It just sort of feels like but I don't see anything wrong with it. If you're cold and you want to wear socks to bed, I wouldn't wear the same socks I wore all day. I would change into socks that were, you know.
Your bedtime socks?
Yeah, you can have bedtime socks makes sense.
It's funny to me that like the students brought this up and they're all like, "Oh yeah, there's no way. Why would you ever wear socks?" And to me, it was just like I never fathomed the idea that anybody would ever like even question it. And I've used it as a icebreaker for some people over time to just see like what kind of I don't know what kind of mental state they're in at the time and how defensive they get one way or the other, because the class really erupted and I was not expecting it of any sort. So hit me with
how upset they get about it. It's like asking if you'll eat pineapple on pizza.
Yeah,
back to the food thing. I love pineapple on pizza. I was thinking, I think I might have I would want Vietnamese noodle soup, like saute noodle soup. I think that's what I would pick because it would be kind of healthy, but also like I love it, and it takes a lot for me to ever get tired of eating it. Anyway.
Yeah, I could do tacos. That's the other one. Like,
oh, tacos would be really good.
Good tacos. It doesn't even have tacos in the world, but just like it's got a variety of things in it, and like I've had it multiple meals in a row and never gotten tired of it. And so I think it's fair game for me. So shoot, what was I gonna say? Okay. Pineapple on pizza. Going into that, and I know this is gonna rile some people up. We're gonna get complaints for the next week if I say this, but one of the ones that I discovered, and I'm suggesting this if you're ever interested. I don't even know where I found it, but you take tomato sauce or whatever you use for your pizza sauce, and you add a little bit of barbecue sauce and a little bit of mesquite flavoring, so it has like a smoky flavor, and then fresh mozzarella, basil, and peaches.
Oh, yum. That would be good. Yeah.
It's one of those
things really good.
I forget where I saw it, and I was like, peaches on a pizza, but like the combination, it's the sweet and savory and smoky at the same time. Like, I'm into it.
One of my favorite kinds of pizza is like brie and pear pizza.
Oh yeah,
with arugula. It's the best. Yeah, sounds. It makes me really hungry.
Yeah. You know what else is really good? Just food in general. I feel like there's other questions that are in that same vein of like you're either for it or against it, and I'm trying to remember what some of them were, because I have done some of these strange, silly questions over time. I'm going back to see if other people have any weird. Oh, my wife has a question about Canada. Cultural exchange. My wife says, "How about, does Dena agree that people are more nice and polite in Canada?"
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I don't really think much about that. I don't think so. I mean, that used to be like a pretty like cliche, like not
Yeah.
cliche, but like we were known for our being really nice.
Yeah.
When you were traveling, like, you know, the Canadians were like the nice ones. And I remember like we were supposed to be putting like on our luggage, like, we're from Canada, so people would know, you know, like, but I don't know, does that
We're not
still
American.
apply? I don't know if that's still if that still is true. Do you think that?
I don't know.
Like, is
I mean,
that something that
there's going to be jerks everywhere, but I know that like growing up in Minnesota, which is not that far off, like the Midwest, people tend to be a little bit nicer, and maybe in a fake way, in the sense of like you just need to be polite to people. But
yeah.
and I live close to Boston now, and I'm not gonna tell everybody in Boston that they're jerks, but there is a reason why. There's a reason why people who drive in Boston are referred to as massholes.
Why?
That's a term that goes around in this area, masshole, instead of a dropping the M. Let's put it that way. People are more aggressive on the road, and people yell at each other more than, like, when I was growing up, that just wasn't a thing that people did. You didn't get people like yelling out of the car like we do here. And it's not to say that everybody does that, but it just like it shows up.
Yeah. My brother lives in Boston. I don't know. I wonder what
Oh,
yeah. He's lived there for like maybe, I don't know how many years he's lived there. Like he's from here, but he pretty much, I would say, considers Boston his home now. But oh, that's interesting.
where in Boston does he live?
Well, he was in Somerville and then Cambridge, I
Oh,
think, and then like now I don't know where he is. I always like he's moved around a little bit. I forget what neighborhood he's in right now.
he's in some areas where maybe people are not as aggressive, but that doesn't mean that's not across the board. Like, I'm making generalizations here.
Like
Uh,
students.
yeah,
I think there's a lot of students and
yeah.
stuff like in like
He's
like
probably by Tufts and all that kind of stuff, and Harvard, and
I think
has a
yeah, I think he is somewhere in that area. Yeah. But yeah, like oh that's interesting. I don't know. Yeah. Um
So you never heard that word, the idea of the mass hole?
no.
Oh,
So wait,
it'll-
but like, okay, can you explain what I don't know if I quite caught it. Like, why?
uh, a lot of times it's in relationship to driving.
But like, why is it mass?
Oh, because of Massachusetts.
Uh,
Okay,
uh-huh.
okay, that makes all the sense in the world. I was like, how is this not making sense? I don't get it. But like, okay, yeah,
I wasn't even thinking about where Boston was.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
just
Okay.
because it's Massachusetts, that's just the term masshole comes from that.
Oh yeah.
So that really like blew my mind that was that somehow that wasn't connecting on that level. But it's the equivalent if you told me like a certain province in Canada, I would be clueless. I know
I'm not, well,
like
yeah, I don't really think about the state that Boston's in for some reason because I always just hear Boston, but yeah, yes, I
yeah,
should have made that connection.
well,
I was,
next time you talk to your brother, I dare you to call him that and see what is if he
I
truly is
will. I'll
long
see what he says.
if he's been in Boston long enough, he will he will he will have a reaction to that. Uh, maybe not the best reaction, but he'll have a reaction to that. We live right on the border of Massachusetts and New Hampshire, and so like we get people who say things about New Hampshire and people who say things about Massachusetts in the same sort of space. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Okay. Shoot. I'm trying to think of other like culture. That was my wife's question. It led to that whole conversation. Let me get back down here. Yeah, my wife's saying you don't need to know what cities are in which states. That's not on the. Were you good in school outside of?
I should know that though. I do know that. I just I am my brain at what time is it? 8:30? I guess maybe that's like
It's
slowing
mush.
down or yeah.
um, were you good in other subjects in school?
Um yeah, like I think what was I? I was okay at um I liked I remember liking science a lot. I liked biology. I remember really liking biology. And I wasn't great. I was okay at math, not great. I hated algebra and any of those courses
Yeah.
for some reason. Um, I don't know. I liked English a lot, like the reading part of it, um, reading assignments and stuff, and like writing about it and writing essays and stuff. And I don't, I liked music. Like I was always like, but I didn't really have intensive like music classes. I played in band, but it just I don't know, like I never did much with that and like took it anywhere. Um, Aside from just like piano, I played piano and played piano a lot when I was
So
younger. So, but that wasn't in school.
I have a question for you. So the book, The Language of Flowers, you wrote that.
Hmm. Yes.
So now, thinking of that and thinking about sort of like the writing process
Hmm.
and sort of the shift. Um, how was that for you? Was that a difficult process? Was that something that like was a matter of just you had to take the time and it came out, or was it something that was arduous? And knowing sort of your background in art, how different was that for you?
Um, well, I think like it it the I like the I try I like I kind of like approached it in a way that was kind of similar to um like my art. Like I tried to take and elaborate on like like on a just like a simple concept and kind of like expand upon it. And then the writing of it the writing of it um came I mean, looking back now, like compared to if right now, I feel like it came pretty easy. Like not easy, but like it felt like it kind of flowed.
Yeah.
And then I had a lot of like the art director and my editor Tara and like the whole team that was like working with me on that really I felt like really like helped bring out the add kind of like gracefulness to it and like make it feel more cohesive and stuff. And I think like it was it just yeah it was it was fun. um I like I don't know, like it was like I haven't been able, honestly I haven't been able to like quite take anything like a story like to that
Level.
degree
Yeah.
level since like and I think like I haven't been in the I haven't there's been I've had like a lot of I just like have needed to take some time and focus on what I'm doing and like um kind of so I don't think it's necessarily um not doable or is not something that I could grow and like um have it feel like I'm good at it, and but yeah, it was sort of like it just kind of organically happened. So I don't really think about it as like, oh, it was really hard. I think like this I don't know if this is even like answering your question. I think like you asked me if how it compared to the art making, like
Yeah.
image making, like
Yep.
illustration. No, I just like really felt like it wove itself into the images in a way that I didn't really separate the two very much, which I think is why it worked so like well and like and came together. And like I just sort of looked at them, the writing part and the images as like it was very much like part one of the same. Like it was I thought about them like looking back, and I have a bad memory, but like looking back, I think
I mean, that
they
it
yeah, they were
make
kind of like connected.
it all makes sense. I mean, my first book that I wrote was very similar in the sense of like I've never been able to capture that same thing again.
Yeah.
I've tried to write and I've tried to start stories and whatnot, but that one came out in a matter of a week, and everything else has taken, you know, months or longer, depending. And so I don't know what it was about that particular story or about that situation or the time frame or what have you. It happens so much faster and easier, and it's hard to replicate, or it's hard to figure out exactly sort of.
Yeah, for sure. What was your first book about? Your,
It was a
your
book
first.
called Fruit Bowl,
Mm-hmm.
and it was and part of this was it was a conversation with my son about what is a fruit, and the whole gist of it is it's about a tomato who's trying to prove to a bunch of fruit that he's actually a fruit and he's not
Okay.
a.
Oh yeah, cute. Yeah.
And so it's about like belonging and sort of what's on the inside that makes the difference and all these
Yeah.
kind of like, lovely statements and whatnot. um,
Sweet.
but in reality it was just like I wrote that thing so fast and I don't understand how, and I wish that I had written down like what the process was, because I thought, at the time I didn't realize it would be so hard to replicate
Mm-hmm.
that process again.
Yeah, because
uh,
it felt natural, like it felt like it kind of just
Yeah, and it
out.
stemmed from a conversation we had at dinner, so it felt, it was very much a like, oh, here's a funny idea, and then all of a sudden it's like, I got to write that, boom, 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 done. Um,
Hmm.
did
Yeah, it just fell into place, and like, and I think like a lot of that does have. I don't. I find that like topic really interesting too. I'm sure like a lot of us, most of us doing what we do feel that, but like, do these things just magically come to you, and then like you sort of are like a conduit for it, and it just like, or like you like it's like, do you pull these ideas out of the air and like bring them to life, or do you develop it and like invent it and like systematically kind of like put it together? Is it both? I mean, and then it's also like timing of everything. Like if you hadn't been sitting, like you said, you were sitting at the table and it was a conversation. I mean,
yeah.
like I think it would have come to you if you in another form or way, but I don't know.
Well, the
It
other
feels
the other
serendipitous
hard
at times.
part about it is once it came out, then the next book that I wrote, I was like, or was trying to write, was basically a repeat, and it was like, oh, I just got to follow this formula and it'll work out and everybody will love it. And then my agent actually said to me like, this is basically the same book. No one wants the same book again. And
Right.
she was right. Like looking at it, it was like I used the same formula. There was the same sort of like diagram. Like there was a page in the book that was about sort of what's the inside of a tomato looks like, and I had something. The next one was like about a planet, and it was like, here's the inside of a planet and what it looks like. And I used a lot of the same setup, and it was me not knowing how to differentiate one book from the next. And now I understand, sort of looking back at it, that here's what I should have done with the second book to make it more palatable, but it's still, I just didn't know at the time that that was going to be an issue.
Mm-hmm. And so what happened with the third one?
The third, okay, so the first book I did was someone else wrote. Second book I wrote, and then it was a 2-book deal that I did, and it was the challenge was they had bought one book, knowing what it was, and then they had an expectation that the other book would somehow magically appear, and it went through so many iterations. It changed, the subject of the book changed multiple times, and eventually it settled on something, but it was not the book that I intended from the beginning. And I'm actually happier with it. I think it is a better book, but still is a challenge in the sense of it took some time, and I did not understand the longevity that needed to be involved in order to get the second book to the second authored book to get to that same level. If that
right.
makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's the challenge of the 2-book deal or the multi-book deal is like they're buying something they know, and then all of a sudden they're banking that something else is going to follow through, and it's not that easy. It's how do you follow up perfection, you know?
Yeah. Maybe it's like you have to like not you have to like almost think the opposite so that you want to change it enough to do something new. You have to like have an emotional investment in,
and it became,
I don't know, I doubt that, but
no, but for me it became an issue of like, do they want the same type of book, or do they want something totally different? And so like my first attempts were very, very similar in the sense of me trying to capture the same type of humor or the same cadence and things, and it's like I just didn't know what they wanted. And eventually we found out through the editing process what really was important in that situation, but it did take some time to get there. Have you written anything else since that one? I from the books that I know of, I don't know of another one that you've written, but as
no, I haven't yet. I have ideas that like I have like a story that I really wanted to, like I still have it and I'm thinking about it, but I have not gotten where I need to go with it yet. I need to I would like to focus on that next, or just as things calm down a little, like I think that would be something I'd like to do, but I haven't gotten to a point where I've been able to, like what you said, like I haven't gotten to the point where I've been able to take I think this, like the ideas that I've had have been different enough from my book that I wrote, but it's there's not they're not as it's not as simple. It's not as like as kind of distilled down to anything yet. So like that in that form yet. So I'm still trying to figure out how to structure. Yeah, and now I'm wondering if I need to like I think like I've been reading a lot, but like I haven't really been like reading things as a whole. I've just been jumping around like from book to book and reading like bits and pieces like in a really like, but I've been like getting a lot out. Like I feel like I'm like learning a lot from it and stuff, and it's like inspiring me, but I haven't like looked, and I feel like I need to look at like the structure of a story, like the big picture, but I'm still like I'm still not doing that enough yet, and so maybe I'll try and like I keep thinking like, have you ever taken any writing courses and like done any development that way, like to learn how to structure a story and like
not
write?
enough. Not not. I've taken like classes when I was in school and things of the sort, and I've taken workshops at like SCBWI and things like that, but not anywhere near what I need to be for writing. One of the things I need to take advantage of, and I don't know if you have the same thing at your school, but we have instructors that are creative writing instructors at our school, and one of them is a dear friend who is also a kidlit person and has written picture books and things of the sort. And she always offers to read my manuscripts. And part of it is I don't feel like they're ready enough to send to her. Or I feel like she would just like instantly go like, you don't know what you're doing. And I know she wouldn't do that. But in the back of my head, I always have that question. It's like, I really should take advantage of the access. She is far smarter on the writing side than I ever hoped to be. I know what's funny is like we're running a class together in Ireland coming up, and she's doing the writing side of it, and it's like I've taught class with her and all sorts of stuff, but there's still this like hesitation in my head of like I don't know if I can trust handing over my work yet, because it does feel like it's inferior. It's I mean it's the same thing like handing your painting over to a master and going like, what do you think? And you're like, it's a little scary.
You have to face and I would imagine like I think it's like hard to not be like attached to it being like, because you put so much into it and stuff, and then like you have to let go of that a bit to hear someone who has not, because you like it's that, and also like perspective thing, like you've been thinking about it for a while, and then you have to all of a sudden like it's like even like with illustrations, like I don't show my work to a lot. Like I've been kind of like I haven't been like showing my work to a ton of people, and like and so I feel like I think it looks a certain way, and then it's like when you show it to someone else, you have to do they even know what it is? Like, do they even know what's going on in it? Because like like do you know when that happens, when you're like, I think this looks like there's clarity, and I think this looks, like something, and then you show it to someone and they don't see it, they don't recognize it. It's like heartbreaking. But it also can't be like, you have to like let it be. You have to let it. Well, to like let it be looked at that way, and then trust that you'll get something good, and then what you appreciate that person a lot. That sounds like a good idea. I don't know very many writers. I mean, I should like see if anybody would do that at where I work too. But
I bet you there's someone there that is expert in it and would totally do it. And like even in the case of this teacher that I'm talking about, there's times where she's come to me and said, okay, I got the dummy book back from the illustrator, and I need to know if I'm thinking the right thing about these visuals, and like what are they missing something, or is this still good, or those kind of things. And I help her with that critique, and I need to do the same on my end to sort of say, she has offered. Let's put it that way, and it's worth me taking the time to really say, okay, yes, let's take advantage of it. And but I also need to have more written down, and that's the finding time. And I was going to say, how much time do you give to writing on a regular basis, if at all?
Yeah,
like it might be hard to find the time, but
well, yes, that's true. And I guess it's like getting into a routine. I write more than I've ever written, but it's just like fragments and stuff. And I'm like pretty. How many books have you written in total?
just 2.
Okay.
I've illustrated like I'm going to be starting number 15 now.
Wow.
But only 2 have I written. And it's funny because I've had this conversation with other folks of like the terminology of author illustrator and what does it mean, and like which one do you put first kind of situation. And
I always feel so self-conscious about that. I like, and it's not that I just I think like kidlit writers are amazing. Like I said, like those were the people, like those are the artists and the writers that I admired. Like, but it's like, oh, I don't think I can, like, I find it like really intimidating to like label myself that way, or like to like put that out there.
yes,
You know?
I have the same mentality of it's very hard to, I mean, I use the terminology or author illustrator on certain things, but other things I just say illustrator.
Yeah.
And it's because I don't feel 100% comfortable
Yeah.
saying author illustrator.
Well, but then to me, or like someone other than outside of yourself, that I would be like, why not?
Yeah.
I mean, of course. But then I feel that way about myself too, and like, but I think like, well, you've written too, so you can call
but
you can call yourself an author.
I feel like it's a percentage thing though for me too, in the sense of like 2 out of 15 is, I don't even know what, I don't know how to
But I think that shows how hard it is to write, like, or not, like, you know, how special it is to like write. Yeah, like,
it's,
I think, and people like, I think like, oh, well, I don't know. No, I don't know what go on. I don't, my thought is not formulated.
I was just gonna, it's very, I mean, it's funny because these are those like conversations where everybody goes, oh, you know, you have books. Like I look at your books and I go, wow, these are like amazing books. And then I see like, oh, you know, you worked with Eric Fan and you worked with, like, there's these names, and I see the books everywhere. And then to hear, I think is actually quite heartwarming to hear that there are the same questions that I have. Like I look at my work and I go, yeah, I might have quite a few books, but are they as good as anything anybody else is doing? And I immediately go, no. And it's the imposter syndrome. It's the you know, being a teacher even, and sitting there and being in crit and, you know,
yeah,
teaching students how to be proud of their work. And yet at the same time, when I come home, I have the same problems and the same issues that they're having. And I hope that if any of them are listening, which I don't know that any of them are at this point, they've heard me enough, but that they realize that this is, you know, they are not alone in this battle. They are not sort of walking a path without any sort of guidance from anybody else. I see.
We're not answering anyone's questions.
No, my wife just wrote, Mark, since you've illustrated 14 and written 2, do you feel like it's about 7 times easier for you to illustrate than write? Yeah, she did the math there. Yes.
7 times? Did she? Is she?
She's smarter than me. Charles Santoso says, I love your work. Do you know Charles Santoso? Oh,
no.
Oh, you gotta. I love. He's a graphite pencil person too, but he's also and I've had Charles on before. Yeah. He's a nutty person because he works so small. Oh. And I don't understand.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's one of those guys where you go, why do you do this to yourself?
So like how small?
Like inches, like a couple inches kind of situation, and that's about it.
Wow.
Yeah, he's problematic.
Problematic.
He's watching. He knows. He joins me on here periodically and comments and whatnot. But let's see. And there was one other person that said hi to you. I don't know if you know this. Where was it? It was Ray_C228. I don't know if it just says hi, Dena. There's lots of people that pop on these, and I'm like, I don't know if they're people you know or not. Oh, Charles says stop talking about me.
Stop talking about me. 2 inches. Like I want to see.
Yeah, you should. You will love Charles's stuff. Just
Yeah.
general, but like if you go look at his Instagram in particular, seeing all of his little tiny work would be I think would floor
That
you.
sounds amazing. That sounds amazing.
Are
I love tiny.
you a Chris Van Allsburg fan
I
and all that
love,
kind of stuff?
yeah, I do. Yeah, yeah.
Have
But
you
you know what? Not until like I didn't really like start appreciating or really looking closely at his work until like couple years or a few years ago. Like I'm like, why haven't what like this is so like it seems like an obvious thing that I would like his work based on my work.
Have you seen his sculptures?
No,
Oh,
no. I'll check it out. I'll take a look
he
at
used
that.
to teach at RISD, and I think he teaches now in the illustration program. But he was a sculpture student, I believe, at the beginning. And sculptures better than I like his illustrations.
Wow, I want to look. I'm curious to like how would you describe them?
They're like narrative wood sculptures. So like the equivalent of like the one that I remember was like a chessboard where there was I think there was like a ship that was crashing into it, and all the chessboard was like rolling. It must have taken forever to carve and sand this thing down, but it's sort of these like narrative woodworking pieces is the best way I can describe them. But if you like his stuff, it's weird because you do see the connection, but there's also sort of a disconnect with some of his work in general. But
oh yeah, like how so?
In the sense of like you can tell that he's a detail-oriented person.
Yeah.
But because it is a sculpture, it loses some of the like how do I put this? Like the background and the scene.
Okay.
And becomes more of a concept.
Yeah.
As a piece, but I just when I saw those, I was like, because I knew him from like Jumanji and all the classic Polar Express, etc. But when I saw those, I was like, oh, this is a side I've never seen of his work. I was kind of floored that more people didn't know about it, particularly. And it took him coming to or a teacher or him coming to class. I don't remember what it was that first got me interested in it, but. Yeah, if you can ever hunt it down, I know that my guess is it's all. So
I think that's really, I think that's a good thing to do. Like I always like, I wonder sometimes like why I say things to my students, and I'm like, why did I like? Because you know you're like questioning like the reason you want to like, give a reason for like why you think a certain thing is like good to practice, and it's like why is it good to like practice different mediums if you just really like one? And it's like, well, because like you said about the sculpture, by not having the ability to add a certain amount of information and detail forces you out of your like your well, and I don't want to say crutches, but we all kind of, you know, we optimize on certain things that work for us, that work well, and like if you don't have that option to like reinvent or like come up with something, and it can be like amazing, but I guess it's like also it can also be a disaster, which is traumatizing.
Well, I think you're right too, in the sense of like there are times where I teach and I tell students things and I forget, like I've almost gone on, and I hope my administration is not hearing this, but there's times where I go on and you sort of say stuff because you've always said it, and
it's almost a pattern.
And the student goes, what do you mean? And you have to stop and go like, okay, wait a second, what do I mean by this? Why do I use this reference point? Why do I talk about this specific artist? It does take some time and some patience to get there, but I do think that like if you can learn to speak about, and I maybe this is a good lesson for everybody, and hopefully you'll agree with this, but a good lesson for people when they're out there like pitching their books, or they're out there trying to break in, like write query letters to agents and all that kind of stuff, is to really learn to write and talk about your work. That you can't just rely on portfolio and go, that's it, because you do have to sell yourself in some capacity.
I know, and I guess it's good to like come up with like a good well, who was talking about this the other day? Like we were talking about like just like learning, even if you're just doing it in a way that is sort of like automated, like where you can kind of remove I don't know if I'm describing this right, but like because like sometimes one thing that I've kind of learned through like the last like part of my life is like things get really stressful, things change. Like I'm like don't have the same kind of mental like my like your brain gets filled with like a lot of stress and stuff, and it's like really hard to do things like promote yourself or like like
Yep.
when you go through that kind of stuff. And so if you can like learn how to do it in a way you feel confident doing it, just like without putting a ton of thought into it, like not to sound like it's like callous or thoughtless to like, but like make it just, I don't know, like it's just it's you got to, yeah, like you said, you've got to do it. It's yeah.
It is a skill that needs to be learned and practiced on the regular. And I think that, artists in general tend to, and I know I fell prey to this for a long time in my life, tend to be shy and not know how to speak about their work. And I think teaching actually helped me get out of that quite easily, in the sense of like just being in front of people and talking. I've definitely become much more vocal and understand, like, doing school visits and things of the sort. You learn to just talk to a crowd and whatnot, and not worry about the sort of like how I'm going to be perceived. But it does take time and patience to get there. I do see that we have a question here from Paul Vanelli. It looks like, says, "Hi folks, a little late to the game. Dena, how do you choose the colors and tones for night lunch? It is perpetually checked out at our library." That's a nice little compliment there too at the end. How do you pick your colors? Uh-oh. Let me just double check. Dena, you there? I hope Dena's there.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you
okay.
hear me?
Yeah.
My battery is going. I just need to plug my phone in. I unplugged my phone.
It kicked back in. We're good.
Okay. I love how your like whole like desk is like kind of color coordinated right now. Speaking of colors,
it's a mess. You don't even want to see the floor around me. There's all these little scraps that end up here, and the floor around me is from weeks and weeks of these, and it's just like a menagerie of colors. It's bad times. It was very bad times. Sorry.
Like
so yeah, the question was sort of
so how do I pick my colors?
Yeah, how do you pick your colors?
Okay, let me think about night lunch. About how I picked my colors for night lunch. I wanted it to, so I'm gonna get the book because I think it will help me articulate that.
And even the question of, do you pick your colors ahead of the time, or is it sort of you figure them out on the fly?
I did not pick, like I did all the roughs in black and white, just like I do for like this one I'm working on right now. It's like all like the roughs are all like this, like they're all like black and white. And then like I would love to say that I do like a ton of like little color studies and like little color palette studies, and I'm gonna probably do more of that for this book because I want there to be like that, like a transition, but and I haven't figured out some, like I'm still kind of experimenting with that a bit, but I think like I just like to pick like I kind of like feel like a certain mood and like um and then kind of start by illustrating one in full color and getting a feel for if it's the right mood that kind of sums up the whole thing in a way, if that works for that story. I kind of, that's how I've been doing it so far. So it's like I think I started with like one or two of these and then got a feeling of like the vibe and like the energy and the atmosphere, and then I kind of just like picked I would like pick certain colors from that and like play off of it. And like also like this book, like looking back on it now, I think like the colors that I chose, they're all very like nighttime, out on the street, like mysterious things happening like on, you know, in the city downtown. And like, so there's kind of like that, that um, not like, it's not like it's just like, like the nightlife kind of
Yeah.
scene, but also because it was sort of drawing from like the Rococo era, and like it was all like candlelit, and so I brought in like like a lot of like warm candlelit kind of colors, and then like food. I think like I there was a lot of like pinks and reds and stuff that are in here that were like like just kind of more like a little bit like playing off the decadence of like of that like decorative style, and then in combination with food. So I don't know. I think that's like that was like my thinking, but no, I did not plan it all out in like, thumbnails beforehand. I just sort of defined that in like in a couple of the images, and then sort of like expanded on it and carried it through. And also like it's nighttime, and then it's night, the sun goes, it's the middle of the night, and then the sun rises. So it's kind of like a little bit of there's like a dip in this story where it's like sad and like more like there's like some emotional, the emotions drop a bit into like how the mouse is feelings, and then like the warmth of like, I'm probably like going on and on and on about this, but like I haven't really talked about it with anybody, I guess, like that. But then like and then like contrasting that with like the warmth of the inside of the night, like the night lunch cart. I just wanted it to feel warm and inviting and like comforting and stuff, and then also just be like and then that in combination with the sun coming up and stuff at the end.
Do you have conversations or sort of talks about the color in the book, or is it sort of you hand in the finish and you go, I hope you like it?
No, there's like I usually like I usually share the artwork full color, the the first couple full color pages I will get a approval on, or like just like send them to my editor and the art director, and then like get a feel for if they're working, like if they are kind of like aligned with what they're thinking, and then if they, if they are, then I'll just like usually just finish it, because often like I think like it's a lot of times like I need to see the whole thing finished and then make adjustments too. Like I like to like work on them all a little bit, and then like, or not a little bit, but like work them all up to a certain level and then leave them, and then like look at them as a whole. And a lot of times even I think that a color palette's going to work out for me, and then I like actually go and do it, and it's like, oh no, that's not working, or this is working better, and then that changes the other ones a little. So it kind of like I'm always like kind of juggling it and like stirring it around.
I have the same, but like, and I imagine this is probably true for a lot of illustrators of figuring it out on the fly, and sort of you don't really know until you're in the thick of it whether your color palette's going to work, or what what you're expecting, and until you put down, like for me, most of the time I don't sketch in color of any sort. Sometimes I'll throw in a little hint of it if I want to give the implication like, oh, there's going to be a little color here, or if it somehow helps the story, so they know like I'm going to do no color in this area, but here's where I will use color. But for the most part, I go black and white because I want to explore and I want to play around. And most of the time, and it's been a while since I've worked on a book that hasn't, or that has a new aesthetic. Let's put it that way. I've worked on a series of books, and it's been a while since I've had one that was sort of new. And so for me to be able to go back and go, let me rethink how I actually approach this. It's been so long that I don't even remember honestly how I do it. So it's good to hear sort of your process as it goes along. Let's see. I saw a couple of things here I want to make sure I get to. It was okay. That's long done. So Paul Vanelli said, it's so challenging to convey warmth at night, and you accomplish this with such a refined touch. Thank you for sharing your process.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for asking that.
Nighttime scenes are extremely hard. I am not, I rarely ever draw a nighttime scene because it is like capturing the light has to be just perfect. So it is very amazing what you can do with that. The one thing that I love, honestly, looking at all your work, is the like tone of the. It's going to be a question maybe about production. Do you choose the paper?
Oh, usually no. Like usually I will give a thought of like what I like. I always like. Okay, so I'm one of those. Like I really like matte, more
Yeah.
like unglazed. But everything works. I always like see it. How am I trying to say? I like that for my work, that uncolored paper, but I don't know enough about paper stocks also to even really have a touch on it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
It just dropped out for a second.
And all the
it may have dropped out again.
Uh-oh.
You there?
Hear me?
Yes.
What the heck? Well, what the heck? So
I don't know.
I don't know.
Uh-oh. Yeah, and your feed's going blurry too. Shoot. Let's see. No, yeah, the feed is. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. Oh, the feed may be coming back. Okay, so, shoot, what were we talking about?
Just like paper. I don't know a lot about paper, but I've really liked everything that's been chosen, and I always just say like, well, could it be like? I mean, I've only ever used like a ink to create color on a page, like never like colored paper. So like I will make a request for like what kind of tone the paper I think it would be nice to have, but how that is done, it's always just, it's always been like that's the art director specialty. Yeah.
Well, what I like about sort of the books in general, what I was going to get to is sort of like, you're not working on a white paper, you're working on a toned paper, which isn't always, not every publisher wants to do that. And so I think it makes a huge difference in your work that it like really sells the beauty and sort of like I don't know, how do I put this? Like, it feels a bit nostalgic.
Yeah, that paper choice, like I think like the way that the book was designed is like is very like it's amazing.
If it was
like
a white page, or a perfectly white page, I feel like it wouldn't have the same charm as
yeah. That's John Mart's. He's like I just like the fonts, the like those little details. It's just like, oh, it's very, very I agree. I think those are really nice touches in it. Um,
Some of the publishers I've worked with have had very, not necessarily that they don't care, but they have very limited options. You know, they work with a certain printer, and so they only have like a couple different options
yeah,
as far as paper.
yeah, yeah,
I wish
and
I
that's
could go in there
fair.
and be like, let me fine tune this for you. Let me pick out the exact paper. There is
Oh, in a perfect world, we could
there
pick
was
anything.
I forget what book it was that I brought into class. That was a I want to say it was, oh man, look, I'm trying to remember what publisher it was. I think it may have been Flying Eye
Yeah,
Press.
yeah.
And the paper stock they used was like, it felt like you were touching like printmaking paper. It
Oh
was
wow.
like luxurious, and I was like, I don't even care what was printed on it, no matter what it was like
Yeah.
just because of the stock that they chose.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, I assumed it was more expensive. I assumed there were all sorts of challenges that came with it. But man, that was I'll have to see if I can remember what it is as we go along here. Um, I'm not sure what else I want to do this one yet, and it's causing me problems. I'm getting there. It's a squirrel who is trying to force a shadow. I don't know why, but he's got a little light bulb.
He's messing with the shadow. He's like, I
Yeah,
want it to be spring.
he's trying to screw with this. Well, wait, no, shadow means that there's more winter, right? I think it does. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
so it's doing the
he
opposite.
yeah, I don't know why
He's
he
doing
wants more
the
winter, but he wants more winter for whatever reason. Uh, he's uh, he's not the wisest squirrel in the world. Uh, let's see if I can get. I'm trying to figure out, like, I want to get maybe some other like trees or something in here. Uh, how far along have you gotten on your? I've been watching, but I don't know where the.
I'm very, very far. This is gonna take many more hours. But trust me, I need to be working on it, and it's like really just kind of exciting to be able to like share it because I haven't like I said, I've been like feeling kind of insecure, and I haven't been out there. This is good for
Yeah,
me to be
showing.
sharing. Yeah.
How uh, do you get out to school events periodically,
I
like visits and stuff?
um not I, I mean not a ton. Like I'm starting to be more doing more of things,
Starting
school
to hit
events.
the circuit.
Pardon?
I said starting to hit the circuit, being out there.
Yeah, like I like there's like a list of things I've been wanting to do for a long time, and I so and then yeah, like going to like galleries and like event like I'd like to like do more of that kind of stuff. Do you do like there was a really nice like opening tonight at the school that I would like it was like there's lots of great stuff going
Oh,
on.
did I?
I just like can't do a lot with my schedule.
I
I
kept
don't know
you.
why I'm like complaining
Yeah.
about this the whole
Are
time.
you,
Pardon?
I kept you from a good school.
No,
Uh,
I didn't mean to imply that at all.
uh,
I think I do like it's like I think I should write a book about all the times I put my foot in my mouth. I think that should be like the next book I write is like how many times can I say something that's gonna like
I just I'm I wasn't I didn't take it that way. I'm the type of person who teases. So bear, bear
maybe
with
that
it.
should be your next book is like
Yeah,
teasing.
I'm gonna mess with people. Um, when I go into my classroom, I forget we were talking about uh, pronouns and
Yeah.
that sort in the classroom, and you know we're as a school we're very pro inclusion and things of the sort. I found out the other day that our school 85% of our school identifies as queer. That's a
Yeah.
huge number.
Yeah.
I didn't I knew it was high. I didn't realize it was that high. Anyways,
Huh.
when I walk into the classroom, a lot of times I just say, "What's up, nerds?"
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
that's a
and,
good
yeah,
that's good.
and like
I mean,
playful in the classroom in those situations. And so I don't even know. Wait, what were we talking about that I said that.
That's a good one. That's a good one though, because like I think, and that's like another thing. Like it's great that like this that our students are like feeling comfortable enough to like question what you say and like what like how like not that that's what you're talking about at this moment, but I thought about that before too. Like it's like hearing like how things are defined in a way when we like kind of like think so much pattern like thoughts based on like our own, you know, like it's just like it's a great place to be.
Yeah.
Is in a school like that. Like
Well, it challenges your convention on a regular basis. You're always having to adapt. I've said many times to folks over the years that like I don't teach new content. I teach to new people. And
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
a very,
Exactly. Yeah.
very different mindset to like go in there, and because every class is going to have, you know, a student that doesn't pick it up in a different way than you've expected, or you might have to, you know, change an assignment because the class isn't connecting or whatever.
Yeah.
Um,
So how do you do that? How do you like kind of implement like changes that are you feel are kind of working for you that are reacting to your students' experiences?
I write my syllabus a thing at the end of, like I basically make assignments and things of the sort, but I write in a syllabus saying that there's going to be, it is not set in stone and that it might change. And then a couple of the courses in particular,
That's a good idea.
I actually had a course that I ran where I didn't write the assignments. And what I did was, it was a more advanced sort of chunk of students. And what I did is I actually said, rather than me writing out all the assignments and saying, okay, one size fits all, what I did is on the first day, I said, okay, we're going to write the syllabus together.
Oh.
And so what I did was modular. And I said, you know, for these 3 weeks, we need to work on this kind of concept. And, you know, to meet the course competencies or the course outcomes and things of the sort. And then I said, okay, what skills do you want to learn and what do you want to focus on? And I will write assignments to better suit those than me just coming in and going, here's what everybody has to learn. And that was well received. The challenge was most of them were young enough, they didn't know how to process that sort of freedom.
Right.
And so a lot of like, well, I just want to learn the same thing that, you know, you've always been teaching. And not that they said that, but the content they gave me was sort of like somewhat standardized. Because they just haven't had school to understand it. But I bet you if I did it with a sophomore class or a junior class, I would get a very different setup from those students. But that idea of like letting them decide their outcome is very important to me, and making sure. So like, I don't know if you do this, but I had I was teaching a picture book class this last semester, and I think I dropped 4 different assignments.
Yeah.
Through the semester, like actually just got rid of the assignments because they needed more time or they were having a good time on a project, and it felt like there was no need to like just jump to a new assignment purely because of some artificial sort of expectation.
Right. Or pre-prescribed, or I don't know. Yeah, I know what you're saying. And so so where you teach, it's like flexible, like is that like what a lot of instructors do, or like is that just what you decide?
Not all of them, but we have a lot of autonomy.
We
do, and I've been teaching for 20 years. Like that.
Wow. Yeah.
So I mean, this is hopefully no one's listening from the school, but I've worked my way up to being I've worked my way in a chair, which means that I have a lot of say in the direction of the school. Yeah. I have a lot of oversight over things, sort of like making sure that everybody's on the same page and whatnot. But it also means that I have a little bit more leeway because I have more history in the classroom than some of the other instructors that are new, or I have a understanding of sort of the systemic problems that occur, and it means that I have maybe a little bit more leeway to change stuff up on the fly without being looked down upon by someone going, well, you're new, and how dare you change the syllabus at the last second.
And you know the general like curricula, like the overall
Yeah.
overarching
Oh
like
yeah.
like learning outcomes and objectives. So
Yes,
you can
absolutely.
you can move around in
I've
there. Yeah.
I've been there long enough that it's funny. I think I was in a meeting the other day, and I still feel young, but I'm not that young compared to a lot of the faculty that are there now. There's a lot of folks that have come in since me that uh, make me one of the like I'm put on various committees because I know the history of things now, which is weird. How long have you been
Right.
teaching?
I think like 12 or 13
Yeah. Okay.
years.
So you're in
Hmm.
that same, but are you full time?
No, I'm a sessional, so and it's fluctuated in frequency
Wait,
over the
what
years.
is
So, no, it's not always.
what is session?
Means like it's basically not full
Okay.
time, and I like I'll teach maybe like one class a semester
Okay.
sometimes, and then I didn't teach for a little while, but I think like in total teaching years it's been like, yeah, 12 or 13 or something like that.
You've
And like the
I was gonna say
oh,
at this
sorry.
point you've heard all the excuses. The like my grandmother passed away, and then you realize they've said it 3 times, and it doesn't add up those situations.
Has that happened to you?
Uh, uh,
Has your
Not
someone say
necessarily
that to
that,
you
but
three times?
I have heard enough excuses and been burned enough when I was a young teacher that now I'm able to perceive when someone's lying easier in those
Yeah.
situations. To go, oh, they're just trying to put one over on me, and maybe it's true,
Wow.
but it's
I
you see the
I think
same ones
I
over.
think it. Oh
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. No, no, yeah, no. You say hear the same ones. I mean, like I think like it's not helping. Like they're like it's. I don't know what to say. Like if they're lying, then it's like it's not gonna help you. You're gonna just like you're gonna miss out on things
Yeah,
if you're gonna like anyway. But whatever. Like so, I don't know. But yeah, that's funny. It's funny hearing like stories and like excuses and things that
teacher tales.
teacher
Yeah,
tales would be like, yeah.
I've seen a lot of strange things in the classroom. One of the things that was really like when we hire people, there's always those questions of like, so what's some experience that you've had that you had to deal with in the classroom, and how did you deal with it? And sort of classic interview questions.
Mm-hmm.
And most people are like, I had a student that was acting up or whatever, and I always have them beat because I had a student who I was teaching, and I don't mean this in a bragging way, but it was a real telling of like what a struggle it was. I had a student who one day was there, and then 2 days later came into class, or no, did not come into class because he passed away. And
Oh,
all the students, he had passed
I
away the night before.
should
Yeah, no.
laugh. Yeah.
What was really hard is I was a new adjunct. I'd barely been teaching, and then on top of that, I had missed the email from the school mentioning it. And so he comes into, or not, he comes, when the students came into class, they were all down. And I was like, what's going on? I don't understand this. And people were showing up really late. And I finally poked and prodded enough, and they told me what happened. And I didn't, like I had not been trained.
I thought you said that this was an excuse.
No, this wasn't an excuse. This was a real thing.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
no, this is like, I wasn't trained for it. I would, like,
Oh
how are you supposed
God.
to process this thing? And like, I, I managed okay for the day, but it was
Oh
like a
yeah,
real
that's hard.
struggle because like as an adjunct, like no one goes, hey, we're going to teach you what to do if a student passes away in your class. And it
No,
wasn't
no.
class.
That's gotta that would be nice if there was like some like emotional support for everybody in that situation, or like that's hard.
I mean, the main thing was I had missed the email that had explained it. Otherwise, I would have been prepared. But because I didn't see the email until after it had been said to me, I was like, I just didn't know. And I think I managed okay at the time. But like, those are the tales of like teaching that people go, like, what's something tough that happens in the classroom? And it's like, well, that one is one that like I will never forget.
What did you do? What did you do?
I did tell the students, like, I'm going to run class. And primarily I said, I'm going to run class for those students who need the escape.
Yeah.
Like the students who don't want to think about it or need something to get their mind off of it. And I said, you're not required to be here. There is no like perception of being absent or anything of the sort. This is, everybody can go grieve in their own way. But for those that need someone to be here and to do work to get their mind off of it, I will be here to process. And we had a class, and there was, obviously not everybody was there because a lot of people did leave. A lot of people were friends with him and things of the sort. But I do think that it helped those students who like just didn't understand how to deal in the moment, because it was someone that was in a lot of their classes. Like, I think it was one of those situations where like the same students went from class to class. And so it was right afterwards, I ran to the administration and said like, okay, what do we do? And did I do okay? And they're all like, yeah, you did fine. And then they helped with, the process of how to deal with it as a class. But that was a strange day. Let's put it that way. That got real dark.
I didn't expect that because I thought we were still talking about like silly things, and then I thought you had said that it was an excuse. They fake their death, and that's why I was like, oh, what?
I don't know how I jumped.
Oh my God, that's awful. Yeah, it's sad.
I was talking. I think somehow I got on the conversation of just the struggles of dealing with classroom experiences over the years. And then I got real dark, real fast.
Yeah, but that's like, it's kind of like, I don't know, like there is a lot of like heavy stuff. And I think like, the stress that the students feel and like the one, they want to do their work, but then they're like having these things happen. And I think like having training and like, I know like, there's programs and workshops and like offered, and I'm sure it's the same at your school for like, but I think like it's like more than ever like a good thing to like be able to like know how to react when you are dealing with trauma or like people who are struggling.
It also like chalks up to the idea of, there's this perception that sometimes, I'm sure you've heard that phrase of like, those who can't do teach, which is a horrifying.
It's like the one that I don't even get me started about that.
Yeah. And it's like to know that I don't think that the whole world knows like what happens in a classroom and how much crazy stuff happens and like issues that come in from the outside that affect the classroom and like.
Well, and it's not easy. Like, give me a break. Like, yeah, no, it's like, I mean, I wish I was like, if I feel anything, like I'm like pretty hard on myself about like not being good enough at it because it is so hard. Like, but it's like, it's just, there's whatever it is. I don't know where that even came. I suppose that, where does it all come from? That
sentiment?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's a perception that like somehow people fall on teaching because like they're not good enough. But like every teacher that Charles Santosa says teaching is hard. And they need to get paid more. Yes,
really hard.
But
yeah,
every teacher that I know, especially in art school, are like actively working people who just happen to enjoy the outreach and the like experience of helping someone else through their artistic struggles or to learn something. And it is not because there's no other option for. In fact, the person I work with, who's the coordinator of the illustration program for us now, I don't think I've seen someone ever be busier as an artist.
Well, that's the thing. You have to like juggle a lot to do it. and like, because you have to like, I don't want to like be like egotistical or anything, but you have to be good at what you do to teach it, and like, so it's like it goes hand in hand. But yeah, like I was watching that Picasso, there's like a Picasso documentary. I was watching it, and that's what he said to his he had said, he's like, well, I don't want to just, I'm not just gonna just be a teacher. And it's like, okay, so it's like, but yeah.
We all know that did you have any favorite teachers when you were in school?
Oh yeah, like for sure. I like
Name them.
Elaine Proder.
All right.
Like are we talking? We're talking college?
I'm gonna say,
or at all?
In general.
I have a soft spot for my art teacher in high school. He like let us hang out at lunch in his art in the studio, and like, do what we wanted, and was always like painting and like happy to talk to us and like show us what he was working on, and like just a nice guy. I have a lot of like, I went to high school in a rural town, and
yeah,
I don't know, this isn't a conversation for like, I had like, which I think I'm lucky. I had a lot of like eccentric teachers that were had like a lot of like, they were eccentric when I went like in high school. But yeah,
they influenced you.
They obviously influenced.
in more just art, or just like
yeah.
I can think of a couple of teachers that when I was especially like in high school and things of the sort, that were just great teachers. And I don't think I knew at the time that I definitely didn't know at the time I was going to become a teacher, but there are things that I learned from those folks that I look back on now going like, oh wow, I really appreciate that they taught the way they did, or that they were so open. And like the equivalent of what you said with that art teacher, I had the same thing. I had 2 art teachers that let us hang out, and that meant so much to us as students.
I think that it does, doesn't it? Like, and to be given a space to be like, to just like be yourself and like not feel, because how like, I don't know, it's just like in a small town school for me, it was like a lot of like cliquey like groups of kids, and there was like fighting, and I don't know, so it was like we got to just be ourselves in there, and like no judgment. And
so when you say a small town, how big was your graduating class?
Oh, like 30, not even. I don't even remember how many students.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that small even. I was thinking.
Oh, it was small. It was small, very small.
Yeah,
and I think like
everybody knows who's going out with everybody, and it's.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I didn't know anything different, so it was like, oh, like, but I can't imagine being in a different scenario really, like because it was just the way it was that way. But my teachers were all very like themselves, that's for sure. And I think like, yeah, that's pretty amazing. Like to just like, yeah, just to like, I felt like they were all very genuine. And
I would say the same thing in my case, and I also would even add in, I think the teachers were themselves in a way that potentially teachers are not allowed to be anymore.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing, like, because with it can come some, I don't know, like it means that you're not perfect and you're making mistakes, and or like you're just like, you're not, like it's not, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like, you're a flawed human like all of us, and
yes,
and you're not afraid to just or at least like you're yourself, and it makes for some funny stories.
Oh yes,
But I'm
yes.
not gonna talk about
Yeah.
right now.
Well, we got some stories from my high school that will from the art class that I will not share on here. Uh, they are challenging in multiple ways, both from the teachers and from the students. Um,
Yeah.
but it's no, I it's funny how like those little small things that teachers do, just like that, you know, being in the classroom when you have that escape. Like by the time I was a senior, I spent 50% of my day in the uh, in the art room,
Yeah.
and the teacher let me have sort of free reign. I didn't have to. I could just work on whatever I wanted to because I had taken so many of those classes, and you know, to this day, we still communicate, and we still he still I send him a card, and he sends me a letter, and all these like nice things, and it's I hope he knows, and I don't know about you. This guy, I know he's not watching. I don't. He's old enough. He probably is not on Instagram, but I hope he knows how like crucial he was to me becoming not only an artist but becoming an illustrator specifically, because not every art teacher knows or is able to teach that. You know, like in certain situations, it's just drawing. They're just going to teach.
Yeah.
He was a commercial artist,
Yeah.
and like he's the one that introduced me to the idea of being an illustrator. And I to this day I need to go back and like I've been meaning, I have it in my email right now, a thing, like a reminder to write him a nice letter telling him all about why he was so influential. And I keep worrying that like he's old enough that, you know, I hope I need to do it. Let's put it that way. I need to do it.
Yeah.
Without dark, I need to do it.
I think like, and I'm glad you brought this question up too, because like, think like about Elaine, like, it's like those teachers, like, I think, oh my God,
Uh-oh.
I'm just
Are we,
like getting all like, but like, I think like, it's just, it's like good to think about those teachers if you're a teacher, because it's like, oh, you can like, I don't know, like, oh God,
I'm sorry.
model yourself after them a bit.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree. I didn't mean to bring up a subject that would like, but like it really is interesting to me how important, especially for a lot of artists, just in general, who have felt uh, uh, different
Yeah.
potentially than a lot of
Yeah.
the other students, or needed that room or needed that space to sort of be themselves and to have a teacher. And I'm not saying it's always the art teacher, but like, you know, a creative writing teacher or a
Yeah.
math teacher, sometimes you never know who it's going to come
For
from, but like
sure.
those
Because it's also a personality thing. Like I'm sure that like there's, sorry to interrupt you, but like there's like you're gonna like get you're gonna feel nurtured from a certain person, even if it's not like you said your favorite subject. Like it might just be
yeah.
like someone who understands you and like knows like
Yep.
what to say.
And in my case it was the art teacher, but I'm sure there was someone that was like, this science teacher is the coolest, uh, and I would say, I don't understand the assignments that he gives, so no, I'm out. Uh, there were some I didn't get along with, but the same thing in college and the experience. And I hope, I mean, I imagine right now, if there's any of your students that are still watching and going, what did they just talk about? That they are, you know, I'm sure there are folks out there right now that have the same sentiment about having you as their teacher. I mean, even Kim Smith saying that at one point, like, "Oh, Dena was my teacher," and was so excited that you were going to be on at some point, and
She
was
was
so appreciative.
she was don't tell anyone she was one of my favorite students.
Uh,
Kim was like Kim was great
I
to have
think
as a
I might
teacher,
have
even though I
told a
barely
lot of people, but
what?
this is going up on YouTube, so you might have told a lot of people.
Don't tell anyone, everybody.
Yeah.
Kim was one of my favorite students.
I do you have like, obviously Kim was probably a stellar student, but I imagine that you still like remember students to this day that you had years ago that you're like, oh yes, I remember that student. And like, and not always the artwork, but just like the student themselves was like an amazing person.
Yeah, for sure. I do. And like My memory is like, I mean, after like 11 years, like I got like mush brain.
Yeah. Who?
12 years, 13 years. Yeah, but yeah, for sure. It's like,
I have forgotten students' names in the class, like during the same semester that I'm teaching them. They'll be in the classroom and I'll have to do the like, hey, what do you think about this?
but
Uh,
it's hard.
it,
Like it's nothing personal. It's just like my
no,
brain can literally not like, but at the same time, I do take it seriously because it's like, I know it's not nice to like forget someone's name. So it's like I need to like do everything I can to remember
there's
everyone's
only
name.
so much room
There's
in our brain.
only so
Yeah.
much room. You only understand when you're my age.
Which is like
I don't know.
100 or 200
Yeah,
now. Yeah.
like 500 years
Yeah.
old. So,
When
yeah,
you-
you'll understand
yeah.
in 500 years.
I mean, you didn't even know that Boston was in Massachusetts. So like,
Oh my God, this is the thing. This is the thing. This is gonna go down. If like, yeah, I'm not even surprised that I said that happened. I'm.
I didn't challenge you. You haven't challenged me on any of those Canadian provinces because I don't even know what a province is technically. Um,
Well,
that's
well, that's
that's the
okay.
American education system for you right there. That we as we were just talking about teachers, how great they are. But there's not a lot of international education. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Do you know any of the provinces? Like how many provinces do you know?
Wait, okay, so I'm gonna get them wrong because like uh shoot.
Don't worry. Don't even worry about it. I'm not gonna be offended or
No.
anything. But
What
like,
is so like Montreal is the town or is the city, but that's
yeah,
part of Quebec?
yeah,
Is Quebec the province?
yeah.
Okay. And then Ottawa is in
It's the
that's the
capital
capital. I've been there a couple of times.
of
Uh
Ontario.
Ontario. Yes, there you go. I was gonna say it started with an O,
Should
but
have
uh
let you guess.
is Nova Scotia
Mm-hmm.
province?
Out east. Yep.
Okay. Uh um wait, don't say Vancouver is a city and it's in um
It's a the name of another of a country, part of a name of a country. Well,
part of it. What?
not really, not really. No, just confused.
Canada? My wife's yelling at me from upstairs saying she married
Just
this idiot. Shoot. What is it, Lauren? Oh, you're trying to root for me here? Uh, wait. Wait. So Vancouver is in a province that's got the name of another.
no, just forget I said that. I don't know how. Like, I'm not giving. That wasn't a good hint. It was supposed. I was trying to be helpful, but I might have just confused you
I'm
more.
like hitting myself in the head with a brush here, trying to figure out. I don't know what is Vancouver. Where is that?
British Columbia.
Oh, British. Oh. Okay, I get it. I get the British Columbia part now. I get okay. Britain and Columbia. Yeah, it's just not a thing that and it's funny, we should know it because it's not like there's like what, 7?
No, don't ask. Okay, I should know. Don't give me trivia. Let's change the subject. British Columbia is ocean and mountains.
Ocean and mountains. Okay. I think. I mean, if you ask me to name all 50 states, I could start to sing a song and I'd get about halfway through. I know it starts with Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, and then I ditch.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah, we got 50. How many you got?
Okay, well, do you want me to count them in my head? I should know the number.
Yeah, prove you're so smart.
I have like so my brain. This is how my brain works. I do not, I cannot, I don't remember facts like that. Like, and also, I also have a hard time with like quantities of things. So like, I don't remember, or I can't like visualize or like, like, I like, even when you asked me about like, how many students were in my, graduating class, I have like anxiety over answering that because I don't like,
Yeah.
because I'm like, that's not information my brain likes for some reason. I don't know why.
Yes, yeah.
But anyway,
There's a I have this theory that everybody, and I think someone mentioned it at some point, and maybe it's not my theory, but that everybody has a number. When you ask them about a big number, like they say, like, there's a huge crowd there, and they go, how many? And there's a number that everybody sort of references, and it's different for each person. But mine was 80,000 for a while.
oh yeah,
And I don't know
yeah,
why, but it was like, again, it's that like not being able to quantify large crowds, and so, or whatever it may be, and so 80,000 was my number or my go-to.
yeah.
uh
Oh, funny. I wonder why. I just there's 10 provinces. I just
10.
googled it. Yeah, 10 provinces.
I don't
Manitoba,
wait, oh, Manitoba, yeah.
Saskatchewan.
I got it for a second there, but Manitoba's the good one. That's the rumor on the streets.
Is it?
No.
I've heard good things about Winnipeg. And we used to go to Manitoba a lot when well, not a lot, but I had family that lived in Manitoba. Or yeah,
Manitoba's also
lived.
one of those places where you have to say it with an accent. Manitoba. It has like, you're doing the
Manitoba,
Canadian and say
Manitoba.
it with the Minnesota accent.
Hmm.
And throw it, the
Do you think that I have an accent?
you
My
say
brother says he hears my accent now and that he's moved to
I don't think
Boston.
you have an accent.
So,
I think you just say things in like, uh sorry, like those kind of like
oh,
little
okay.
things. I have a Minnesota one where I can't say dragon. I say dragon, which I think is
Oh,
DRGON. Yeah,
dragon,
yeah, bag.
not
Yeah,
dragon. Well,
and then like, so like, is it soft and hard consonant? No, vowels. It's EIs and those AEs. Those are really hard for me. So like, I say, I'm gonna write it here on my board, but PEN and PIN. I know there's a difference, but I have a hard time saying them that way. I just, both of them are pins.
pen,
Yeah,
pen.
and I know that
Mm-hmm.
one of them is
Yeah.
a pin, and I have to like force it in order to get it, and that's just like some weird Midwest thing that's stuck in me.
Hmm.
But yeah, I don't think you have an accent. I just know that there's like words that are distinctly said differently in different countries.
Right.
No.
Huh. Yeah, that's interesting. I like have anxiety over saying things because I say things like I think like I just like panic a lot. I have like a bit of like what is it? Like when, even if I know the answer to something, I panic and I
Yeah.
like my brain will forget it on purpose. Like that's why public speaking to me is like one of my most feared things to do. Which is funny because like I don't really, maybe I should feel more self-conscious in front of my classes, but like I actually feel pretty, usually like when I'm there and I'm in it, I'm like I feel pretty comfortable, but like yeah, like I guess that's performance anxiety, but like I will say things, I will like pronouncing words and things like that
Well, that's day
correctly.
one in a class. I bet you is still tough for you, right? Of like, do you
I
get?
actually really liked it. I really like day one because I feel like we're all on the same, like I feel like everybody is like coming in without any like judgments or like they haven't formulated any opinions like it's just like it's so fresh and new and we're all on the same page and I really like I think it's like one of my favorite days and then like we can I don't know I try and like get them to like get or ask them to like do little get to know each other activities and I just think it's so sweet to see them like becoming friends with each other because I don't know about you, but like I have like most of my friends are from
College. Yeah.
college.
Yeah.
So it's really sweet to see those friendships happen there.
I definitely I do like day one. I used to get really nervous. Like for the first few years, I would be like nauseous and really have a hard time. Now I don't fret over that. Where I get nervous is honestly probably more like towards the end of the semester because of the stress level.
Yes, me
Like
too. Me too.
that's when it gets me of like just there's so much stuff to do and like having to deal with class and worrying about like am I getting it all out in the classroom? Do they, you know, are they learning as much as I need them to learn and those kind of things? That's when it gets really hard on me. But for the most part, day one has become a little bit easier. But I remember the first day teaching and I was like, you're throwing up in the bathroom because I was so nervous.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
sort of silly to look back on it and go like, how was I ever that nervous? But I get it. Like it is a nerve wracking, especially when I don't know about you, when I started teaching, I was really young
Yeah.
or young looking at least. And it was one of those times where like, I sat there and the people are going, who's this teacher? As they're walking in and not realizing I was the one teaching them.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
it was, but now they're like, I've had multiple students become teachers and like I work with three of them right now, honestly, that are all former students, and it's awesome to see that they become real people.
Well,
I'm looking at the time. We have 4 minutes left. We're gonna get
okay. Well,
it goes for
there
4 hours, and you have lasted the entire time.
no. Oh,
Yeah,
I am feeling a little brain dead at this point, but I mean, in a good way.
I like I'm gonna go back, and you're gonna make this book, and it's gonna be this one page that is like the most detailed page.
Yeah.
The rest of the book is supposed to be scribbled, and then this one turned into this like beautiful clothesline, and for some reason it just disconnected. Yeah, you're officially a Gavin dude, which are I'm still we're trying to price it out at some point, and we'll really try to do this, but to make shirts that say I'm a Gavin dude.
Yeah.
And send to the people who last the whole time and can put up with me for 4 hours. But everything we looked into, the price is way too much to do that.
Yeah.
But at some point, you made the official. You're gonna get a star at the end of the year when we put these. My wife puts together a like, here's who was on Gavin Doodle this year, and people get stars if they lasted the whole time.
Oh.
So you made it. You made it. You put.
I
Eric,
answered.
Eric,
I hope I didn't.
is watching.
Oh, are you there? Yeah. Oh, should I? Are we saying goodbye? Goodbye.
No, you don't have to say goodbye yet. I was just saying, Eric Fan is watching. He said, "Great conversation."
Oh,
Eric,
hi,
yeah.
Eric.
I asked Eric if he would like to be on at some point, and maybe in the future he will. He'll realize that I only ask the tough questions to you and not to. What, Lauren? Oh, Terry Fan's on also. Wow.
Hi, Terry.
You
Hi, Terry.
You bring out the big guns.
Oh,
You got people tuning in.
they're lovely, lovely people, and they live in Toronto, Ontario. One of the 10 provinces.
They live in Toronto, Ontario. You slow it down so I can pick up what you're putting down. Well, this has been lovely tonight to have this conversation. It went in all sorts of places, and I know at points we were like down on ourselves, and at points we're up on ourselves. We talked about foods and cheese platters and things of the sort.
I'm gonna be second guessing my answer to that as I like go into the fridge and get something to eat.
But before this cuts us off, I do want to say thank you so much, and we are huge fans, and I really appreciate you taking the time to join me tonight. And I will go back and watch this after the fact because I don't have an easy way to watch all the drawing that you did. But this book comes out. We're going to purchase it right away, and I'll say I was there. I was there. And
maybe I can. maybe I can. I'll like when I work on it a little more. I'll like share it on my. I'll share it and I'll tag you.
I thought you were showing me the layers, and I'm like, okay, cool.
We should have talked about that because this doesn't have nearly as many as I normally work with.
Part 2.
But yes.
Anyways, it's gonna.
Well, yeah. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for inviting me to do this. It was really great. I'm happy to. It was fun. It was really fun. And thanks to Lauren too.
Yeah.
Thanks for the